Knock, knock. Oh, hello. Hello. Can I ask everybody to have a seat? And let's get this program started. Many of you know that Barbara Heritage is the chair of the New Scholars Committee, and the astute amongst you will have noticed that I am not Barbara Heritage. I am Cynthia Gibson. I am the vice chair. Barbara cannot be with us today because of a medical emergency in her family, but she wishes she were here and sends her best to all of you. And she has given me some very thorough introductory remarks to make. So I'm going to read them, hopefully faithfully. And I'm going... Certainly. Is that better? Yes. Wow, okay. From up here, that sounds very loud. Okay, so I'm going to be reading Barbara's introductory remarks, and they're fairly extensive, so I'm going to go through them very quickly because the more time we spend, the less time we spend on that, the more time we spend on the New Scholars, which is what we're all here for. So, the New Scholars Program seeks to promote the work of scholars who are new to the field of bibliography, broadly defined to include any research that deals with the creation, production, publication, distribution, reception, transmission, and subsequent history of textual artifacts, manuscript, print, or digital, from clay and stone to laptops and iPads. Each year, 3 new scholars are selected to present papers to the Society on their current unpublished research in the field of bibliography. In keeping with the values of the Society, the committee welcomes bibliographical scholarship pursuing new methods and new approaches, including applications from candidates applying bibliographical theory and principles to diverse materials and media. In addition, the committee welcomes scholarly submissions that embrace diverse multicultural perspectives. The program is open to junior, i.e. untenured faculty members and graduate students at the dissertation level, and to professional librarians, members of the book trade, and book collectors who are new to bibliography. If you are an early career scholar who is new to bibliography, we encourage you to apply. Or if you know people who would be interested in applying to the program, please bring this opportunity to their attention. More information is available on the website. On behalf of the BSA, Barbara and I would like to thank the members of this year's selection committee: Megan Constantino, Kanohi Nishikawa, somewhere, way over there, and Agnieszka Rek, who is also way over there. All right, for the invaluable experience and expertise that they contributed in evaluating our pool of applicants, and for moderating the individual online presentations that our new scholars have given over the last couple of weeks. We are fortunate to have such an excellent team in place. The New Scholars Program is supported through the generosity of a number of contributors, 2 of whom are no longer with us. The BSA Malkin New Scholar Award was established through a contribution in memory of Marianne O'Brien Malkin, 1913 to 2005. Well known to many as a longtime contributor to Antiquarian Bookman A.B. Bookman's Weekly, edited by Saul M. Malkin, Marianne was one of the foremost collectors of books on dance. The Malkin New Scholar Award is made to candidates working in the fields of the antiquarian book trade, dance, and/or Americana. And we would like to encourage potential new scholars working in those fields to apply. The Panzer New Scholar Award was created through a bequest by Catherine F. Panzer, 1930 to 2005. Catherine Panzer is well known to many as an outstanding bibliographer, best known for her work on the revised short title catalog of books printed in England, Scotland, and Ireland, and of English books printed abroad, 1475 to 1640. The Panzer New Scholar Award is made to a new scholar working in the field of bibliography with preference for descriptive bibliography, especially that of English imprints through 1640. More recently, a generous anonymous donor established the Jacob Blank New Scholar Award, which honors Jacob Blank, 1906 to 1974, the editor of the Bibliography of American Literature from 1943 to 1974. The award recognizes bibliographical and book historical scholarship, focusing on printed works of writers of the United States and their publishers. In 2023, BSA introduced 2 new awards. BSA's D.F. Mackenzie New Scholar Award was initiated by an anonymous donor. Donald Francis Mackenzie, 1931 to 1999, was a leading bibliographer and literary scholar who was a professor of bibliography and textual criticism at Oxford University during the last quarter of the 20th century. His capacious approach to bibliography helped lead to the creation of the interdisciplinary field of book history. The D.F. Mackenzie New Scholar Award supports bibliographical research in any subject, geographic region, time period, and/or discipline. Yeah. BSA's Dorothy Porter Wesley New Scholar Award was created in 2023 thanks to a lead gift from the collector Lisa Unger Baskin. Is Lisa with us? I saw a name tag. I don't see Lisa. Okay. Dorothy Porter Wesley, 1905 to 1995, was the first African American to receive a library science degree from Columbia University. A trailblazing scholar, she published numerous bibliographies on African American history, developed an important research center at Howard University, and initiated a revised classification system for African Americans within the Dewey Decimal System, a signal intervention that paved the way for future reparative cataloging. The Dorothy Porter Wesley Award supports new bibliographical scholarship conducted by a Black individual. On behalf of BSA's council, officers, and the New Scholars Committee, we are deeply grateful to George Ong for his general support of the New Scholars Program, also sitting as far at the end of the room as possible. Probably so I wouldn't do that. Let's see, for his general support of the New Scholars Program, as well as the many individuals who have supported the awards I've just mentioned. Thanks to these individuals and to Catherine F. Panzer and Marianne Malkin, whose gifts have nourished this program and inspired others to give, the New Scholars Program is stronger than ever. And now I'd like to turn our attention to this year's awardees. We are delighted to welcome Andreas Bassett, Yolanda Mackey, and Hallie Nell Swanson to BSA. Each of these presenters is new to bibliography, and each, as you will hear, is approaching bibliographical research in new ways. I will introduce each of them one at a time, and they will come up and give their presentations. Andreas Bassett, this year's Catherine F. Panzer New Scholar, is a doctoral candidate in the Department of English at the University of Washington in Seattle, where he studies early modern literature and book history. His research interests include Elizabethan and Jacobean drama and the early modern London book trade. Andreas is the creator of the digital humanities resource Marlowe in Sheets, which was featured as a digital exhibit at the 2023 Shakespeare Association of America annual meeting. In January 2024, Andreas will complete a short-term fellowship at the Huntington Library. In fact, that within a few days in 2024, we'll complete a short-term fellowship at the Huntington as a W.M. Keck Foundation Fellow. His talk is The Typographical Evolution of Printed Play and Sermon Titles in the Early English Book Trade, 1590 to 1640. Andreas.
Well, thank you very much for having me and selecting me for this award. It's an honor and privilege to be here and to carry the Panzer name. In 2013, the Papers of the Bibliographical Society of America published an article titled Converging Design Paradigms by Joran Prout, who at the time was the Andrew W. Mellon Curator of Rare Books at the Folger Shakespeare Library. In a meticulous analysis of approximately 1,300 Dutch language and Latin title pages printed in the southern Netherlands over 1541 to 1660, Prout's article revealed a curious and a visually striking pattern. These title pages, over the course of a century, gravitated towards certain typographical design choices. For example, entire words set in full caps and italic rose in prevalence, while pilcrows and fleurons waned in usage. Most importantly, the frequency of these variables, though often divergent at the outset, eventually intersected, suggesting the emergence of cohesive typographical conventions that print agents in the southern Netherlands increasingly adopted. Prout's article holds significance because it is one of the few comprehensive studies in bibliography that traces long-term changes in multiple early modern typographical practices. Indeed, as Prout points out, quote, "The study of layout and design of the early modern book is still in its infancy." Addressing this lacuna and building on Prout's work, my project applies his methodology to books that materialized in early modern London, the center of England's book trade. I hypothesize that in testing the replicability of Prout's findings in southern Netherlands title pages, we might observe analogous developments across the North Sea in contemporaneous literature in early modern London. I am here today to report that some of Prout's quantitative results do, in fact, surface in select early English print genres, namely adult professional plays and sermons. Such a correspondence perhaps indicates that certain kinds of typographical conventions may have transcended local or even national boundaries. In what follows, I will first provide an overview of my study's sample, parameters, and methodology before segueing to discuss results. I will conclude my presentation by proposing what I call the Prout effect, a term for the tendency of title page paratexts and their typography to gradually exhibit reduced complexity and variation, leading to a certain degree of visual conformity over time. My sample comprises 926 unique titles on title pages of adult professional plays and sermons that were printed and published in London over 1590-1640, a period that saw both print genres proliferate. The smaller paratext of the printed title was selected as the subject of analysis in this study for two key reasons. Firstly, titles typically divulge crucial information and occasional embellishment about the content of the text proper. Secondly, during the browsing stage, when passers-by came across posted title pages, it was generally, but not always, the titles that captured the attention of buyers. As theologian Thomas Jackson declared begrudgingly in 1603, quote, "The first question at every stationer's shop is, what new thing? And if it smell of the press and have a goodly title, it is a book for the nonce." Similarly, in Samuel Rowland's 1602 satire, "'Tis Merry When Gossips Meet," on the screen, a bookshop conversation highlights how new titles held the key to a buyer's purse. A gentleman asks, "But where's the new book that thou tellest me of?" To which an apprentice pushes the supposedly new of a merry meeting here in London between a wife, a widow, and a maid. The gentleman sees through the salesmanship and remarks why that title is stale, to express his disinterest in an old book. Given this general desire for novelty, we might therefore expect to see a considerable degree of experimentation over time in both the content and structure of these printed titles. Hence, this present study analyzes the wordage and typography of only titles, excluding other title page paratexts, such as the imprint, authorial and translator attributions, and so forth. Rowland's excerpt also, in a way, helps provide a rationale for the decision to restrict my scope to first editions, or new books. By first edition, I mean only the initially published and distributed edition of a book. The titles of all subsequent editions are excluded from the sample. This choice is based on the observation that reprinted titles seldom underwent changes in wording between editions. Based on my data, approximately 1 in 5 printed play titles changed, usually by only 1 or 2 determiners across multiple editions. If we consider this statistic as a kind of proxy for the general stability of title wording across editions, then the inclusion of reprinted titles might distort our view of how titles entering the London book trade evolved throughout the early modern period. Adult professional plays and sermons were selected for analysis due to the existence of databases for both print genres. Alan B. Farmer and Zachary Lesser's database of early English playbooks, also known as DEEP, contains comprehensive paratextual and bibliographical data on all printed plays published in England, Ireland, and Scotland from the early 15th century through to 1660. A printed English sermon book archive for the years 1576 to 1640 was compiled by Farmer and Lesser for their collaborative 2005 article, The Popularity of Playbooks Revisited. Furthermore, BSA's very own 2008 Malkin New Scholar Adam G. Hooks notes that, quote, the similarities between playgoing and church-going were often remarked upon, and the two print genres engaged the interests of readers in similar ways. For example, the London book trade's established network of commercial playbills, single-page notices affixed to posts and hard surfaces promoting performances, arguably primed readers for the later transition of some public stage plays into title page adverts and print books. Regarding sermons, Catherine R. Evans has recently stressed that the pulpits from which sermons were delivered, quote, encroached into the city through book advertisements. Paul's Cross, the premier pulpit in the country in terms of exposure, was situated at the heart of the English book trade. So whilst people stood and heard sermons, they would have faced dozens of bookshops festooned with advertisements. Lastly, in accordance with the criteria laid out in Prout's work and for the sake of consistency, I've limited my sample to English language books that were printed and published as standalone or single editions in one geographic location, London. Consequently, plays and sermons and multi-editions and collections have been omitted. Having accounted for the sample and established the methodology, let us now turn to the results of the present study. The foremost observation to highlight is that, from 1590 to 1640, there is a gradual reduction in the word count of printed play and sermon titles. Each data point in the following two scatter plots represents one title. The slow decline of play title length seen here bottoms out in around 1620 and is settled by the 1630s. It appears as though verbose titles take approximately 2.5 decades to fall out of usage, giving way to a prevailing paradigm of brevity as indicated by the clustering of titles under 10 words between 1628 and 1640. A parallel downward trend is detectable in sermons, albeit to a lesser degree. Here, we see a broader dispersion of data points over longer periods, indicating greater variation in title length among sermons compared to plays. However, the best fit line, represented by a smooth and moving mean, demonstrates a relatively slow and steady decrease in the average length of a sermon title. Shifting to a 5-year rolling average for both genres yields more precise insights into the title shortening phenomenon. In the early 1590s, play titles start with an average of 26.5 words, but by the late 1630s, they collapse to 5.8 words. Sermon titles similarly begin in the 1590s with an average of 22.5 words and progressively compress to 13.1 words in the late 1630s. This overall decline raises two questions. What exactly is lost and what exactly remains? To answer such a query, we need to examine the title formats and conventions specific to each genre. I identified 3 distinct dramatic titling formats that exhibited the highest frequency of occurrence and were particularly susceptible to the title shortening phenomena. First, all play titles have some form of what W. Gregg refers to as a proper title, that is, quote, a distinctive name given by the arbitrary choice of the author or another. Second, proper title genre flanks a generic marker to the former. Third, descriptions that elucidate standout features of the play text, such as plot and character arcs. If we trace the occurrence of these naming conventions, it becomes clear that title shortening in plays really means the disappearance of descriptions and the concurrent emergence of standardized title formats. At the outset, half of all new play titles contain descriptions, but by the 1620s and 1630s, the vast majority no longer sport any kind of expository text. At the same time, the concise proper title and proper title genre formats increase in frequency to the point where they become the naming standard for plays, as both configurations account for 84.6, or roughly 4 out of 5 new titles published over 1635-1639. Sermon titles differ ever so slightly. Like plays, many sermons possess only a proper title, but sometimes lacking a proper title, an occasion record stands in as the de facto title. Descriptions of the sermon's content and the text proper are also a common feature. Once more, we find that title shortening in sermons is likely caused by a growing preference in assigning proper titles, coupled with a decline in the use of occasion records as titles and the decreased presence of descriptions. After an initial phase of adjustment over 1600-1610, much like play titles, these three titling formats diverge and then continue on their trajectories. To recap, by the 1630s, both play and sermon titling conventions appear to solidify into minimalist patterns. The majority of titles employ only a simple proper title, with or without a generic marker in the case of plays. The inclusion of descriptions diminishes significantly, and the practice of using occasion records as de facto titles becomes uncommon. But in terms of typography, what did these titles look like? That is to say, how did their type appear visually on the title page? And if there is relative consistency in the word configuration of these titles, might there also be a corresponding uniformity in their textual layout? Such a prediction may hold some water based on the following evidence. Figure 6 traces the mean percentage of whole words in full capitals. Both play and sermon titles start in the 1590s with only around 1/10 of their titles in full caps. However, after a 3 decades-long climb, full caps now constitute half of all titles. In the late 1630s, this upward trend continues in play titles, but decreases slightly in sermon titles. While full caps steadily come into greater use, figure 7 shows that the average percentage for whole words in italic decreases by roughly 50% for sermons and 75% for plays over 1590 to 1640. This descending trend suggests a general decline in the reliance on italics to emphasize proper names, place names, and noteworthy aspects of the text proper. Another possibility is that the gradual reduction in title word count naturally led to the omission of proper names, place names, and smaller details that were normally italicized in English books at the time. Figure 8 reveals that broken words at the end of a line marked by a hyphen, while already rare in sermons and plays, both under 5% in 1590, virtually disappear by 1640. Prout refers to this word breakage as typographical discontinuity, and he finds a comparable vanishing of typographical discontinuity in Latin and Dutch title pages by the end of the 17th century in his 2015 article, Mending the Broken Word. All three factors taken together, it appears as though play and sermon titles, both of which progressively became less information-heavy, underwent similar typographical evolutions. They increasingly deployed full caps to pronounce half to 2/3 of their words, depended less on italic for accentuating key details, and opted to keep whole words intact by foregoing hyphenated line breaks. The resultant typical visual image of these titles was one of continuous aesthetics, with its pared-down, streamlined wordage congruous with the typographical form in which it was contained. To conclude, my study has demonstrated that parallel changes in naming and typographical conventions, similar to those identified by Prout in early modern Southern Netherlands title pages, manifest in the titles of two print genres in the early modern London book trade. To speculate a little, it is as if, as plays and sermons matured as print genres, their various titling and typographical styles incrementally settled into more consistent forms, eventually solidifying into industry-wide standards. And as stationers, wittingly or unwittingly, reproduced and reinforced these conventional titling norms, perhaps readerships too developed an expectation for them when browsing title page adverts and perusing book covers. The increase in standalone proper name titling formats might indicate a preference among both stationers and readers for print titles to function as a type of market code, which could make differentiating between and identifying titles easier in a growing print marketplace. In the end, although there are some discrepancies between Prout's results and my own, notably the rise in italic in Prout's sample compared to its decline in mine, I believe both studies point to a general trend of typographical simplification and coherence over time. This trend may warrant the designation of a specific term, since it has now been observed in 2 early modern book trades in 2 countries. To this end, I provisionally propose the short term, or should I say proper title, the Prout effect. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Next up, we have Yolanda Mackey. Yolanda Mackey. Yolanda is a PhD candidate in the English and African American and Diaspora Studies dual title program at Penn State University. She earned an MA in English and American Literature from NYU and a BA in English from Hunter College, CUNY. Her dissertation research explores 20th century Black diaspora literature, public and digital humanities, and Black archives. Yolanda is a #DigBlock fellow at the Center for Black Digital Research and the co-project coordinator of the Black Women's Organizing Archive. She is the recipient of a Beinecke Library Research Fellowship, the 2023 St. Louis Mercantile Library and BSA Award, and the Africana Research Grant. She is committed to demystifying academia for students from historically underrepresented backgrounds through community-driven and collaborative work. Yolanda.
So good afternoon. My presentation today is entitled Recovering and Reclaiming Claude McKay's Lost Novel, Amiable with Big Teeth. When Amiable with Big Teeth, perhaps Claude McKay's most political novel, was found as a complete yet unpublished typescript in 2009, our understanding of the Harlem or Negro Renaissance expanded. Its discovery nearly 7 decades after it was written in 1941 posed new questions on the movement's potential, inviting speculations as to what its impact might have been had it been published contemporaneously. Looking back, Amiable reveals a struggle to develop collective identity and action among Afro-Americans, suggesting that the Renaissance was perhaps more radically charged than previously thought. The novel centers around the Harlem-based fundraising efforts to support Ethiopia during the Second Italo-Ethiopian War, highlighting Black Americans' commitment to Africa, but more broadly to Black diasporic engagement and community. McKay utilizes Amiable as a political playbook, proposing possible models of intra- and interracial alliances, or as he phrases it in the novel, working parallel versus together, which offers a radical reading of this historical moment. McKay turns her view from the usual Renaissance sites of jazz clubs and parties to church basements operating as fundraising headquarters. He gives us Black characters across the political spectrum, engaging with both conservative and leftist ideology, with a particular focus on communism, and exploring the fact that even the most radical fail to consider how race and gender are informing their politics beyond the performative acts. In doing so, he captures the nuance of the experience in Harlem during the 1930s, giving narrative form to the Black community and political organizing happening during the Renaissance, as well as the role of the ally. This in turn documents a lesser known, more radical side of the Renaissance, and it is this historical context explored in the novel that informs Amiable's denial for publication in August of 1941. McKay intended for Amiable to be read during his lifetime. Its later publication in 2017, however, allows us to engage with an unaltered historical account fiction. The typescript was found by Jean-Christophe Cloutier and Samuel Rolfe's papers at Columbia's Rare Book and Manuscript Library. Editors Cloutier and Brent Edwards went through an extensive process to authenticate the text and confirm that McKay wrote the Amiable typescript. From its recovery and authentication to its publication, the entire process took about 8 years to prepare Amiable for public consumption. Through a long and tumultuous process, Amiable was officially published in 2017 by Penguin Books. Its delayed publication was framed as a literary event, one that shifts our understanding of the Negro Renaissance, underscoring the movement's radical dimensions. Amiable emerges from the archive at a crucial moment in our own political environment and presents new possibilities for the relationship between social movements, bibliography, and Black literary studies. In this presentation, I consider how the refusal to publish writing emerging from the end of the Negro Renaissance in 1935 into the 1940s leaves works from this era in a liminal space and often inaccessible to public audiences. The circumstances surrounding Amiable's denials poses the question, how might we understand McKay's lost novel, not as a failure to publish, but as a microcosm that reveals the complex nature of the politics of publishing in relation to Black communities, and in this case, those engaged in leftist politics and collective identity formation. I look at correspondence and contracts surrounding McKay's typescript to demonstrate how works like Amiable can tell us what society wanted to mask or conceal from the public about the political inner workings and solidarity efforts between Black organizers in the US and abroad during the 30s and 40s. I argue that Amiable was denied publication by E.P. Dennett in 1941 due to its explicit exploration of leftist political ideologies and its proximity to diasporic Blackness. In doing so, this project contributes to emerging discussions on McKay's later writing and to Black print, culture, and publishing histories. Although Amiable has now been shared amongst the public audience or readership since 2017, scholars are only beginning to give Amiable the critical attention it deserves. Scholars like the novel's editors, Cloutier and Edwards and Kinoe Nishikawa, have traced the novel's recovery and called for greater attention to the political histories represented in the text. This project expands on these efforts by introducing critical context regarding Amiable's thwarted publication and how the conversations that led to that decision influenced the way that McKay explored politics within the text, a component of this book's publication history that has yet to be fully explored. I have briefly retraced the novel's recovery, and in the remaining time, I will discuss its rejection by the publisher E.P. Dutton, identify the novel's contemporaneous and private readership, and conclude by briefly considering how the prospect of publishing Amiable in 1941 would have influenced McKay's oeuvre and legacy. The years following the Great Depression, 1930s into the 40s, presented limited publishing opportunities for many American authors. This publishing problem was exacerbated for Black authors. However, despite the limited publishing opportunities, McKay still published 5 texts, including novels, a collection of short stories, and his autobiography between 1930 and 1940. And this does not include the works written during that time that were rejected and posthumously published, pictured here. McKay was a prolific writer in his own right, known as a leading contributor of the Renaissance and often called by his friends the Prince of the Revolution. Reading McKay's correspondence between his good friend Max Eastman and the president of E.P. Dutton, John McCrae, offers insight into the precarious nature of publishing, especially for Black authors seeking opportunities in the mid-20th century. McKay pitched his idea for Amiable in January 1941, just 4 months after publishing Harlem Negro Metropolitan with E.P. Dutton. McKay spent the next 7 months or so drafting the Amiable typescript, which exceeded 300 pages, pictured here, before sending the only other known copy of the manuscript to McCrae in July 1941. This is a considerably fast turnaround for such a project. One of the conditions of McCrae's arrangement with McKay was for Max Eastman to take on the role as an informal literary advisor for the project. Eastman is not referred to in any official capacity, nor is he compensated as such, although he's often advocating for McKay to have more time, offering constructive feedback, and an increase in this advance. McCrae in particular relies on Eastman's judgment on the book's final outcome over McKay's. McCrae tells Eastman to give McKay his knowledge on what a novel should be, with the hope that Eastman could help McKay strengthen the plot and perhaps limit the characters' maneuverings and leftist political ideologies. In a letter from McKay to Eastman on March 29, 1941, McKay writes about his reasoning for keeping politics in Amiable. He writes, "The main thing is that Amiable, has some politics in it, and we had thought it expedient to keep politics out. I discovered that it was impossible to keep the politics out." This correspondence between McKay and Eastman shows that there are concerns about how McKay is engaging politics in this project. From McKay's letter, it's not clear who raised concerns about the novel's political nature. Was it Eastman himself or McCrae? However, just a month prior to Eastman's letter to McKay, McCrae wrote to Eastman to express concern that the novel was, quote, too melodramatic, and that the novel written on these lines would not satisfy the artistic taste and refinement of Claude McKay. If we consider reading what isn't there, this feedback from McCrae contains an element of racial politics that's being redressed as melodramatic. This provocative moment in McKay's correspondence is a notable instance of the complex negotiations happening behind the scenes in this novel's production. This moment demonstrates how McKay was actively working to include radical politics in this text, but perhaps most importantly, it reveals McKay's desire for his novel to depict Black people, both formally educated and public intellectuals, engaging with a range of political ideologies. Eastman's response to McKay on April 20th, 1941, does not reference McKay's letter, nor does he directly address McKay's comment about the political nature of the novel. Instead, Eastman writes, "Claude, I'm perfectly delighted with your book, so is Elena, as far as she has gone. I'm waiting for her to finish, but I don't want to wait any longer." Eastman encourages McKay to slow down and be led by his imagination. This feedback from Eastman offers constructive but overall affirming feedback, so McCrae's rejection notification in early August likely came as a surprise. McCrae wrote to McKay on August 7, 1941, to notify McKay of his decision to deny the manuscript. McKay's proposed novel was at one point tentatively titled God's Black Sheep, which McCrae uses in the letter. McCrae writes, "I have given careful consideration to your manuscript, God's Black Sheep, and I'm declining it and returning it to your address at 33 West 125th Street." McKay sent in his manuscript on July 24th, which means that McCrae and his team at E.P. Dunnan spent less than 2 weeks deliberating on this decision. McKay called the day before he received the letter when it was first confirmed via telephone that McCrae did not wish to proceed with the proposed novel. This letter serves as a formal written notice of this decision. In this letter, McCrae notes that it was expected that he run his ideas by Eastman, but again, he is not referred to in any official capacity. From this rejection notice, it's evident that McCrae expected the novel to be filtered through and approved by Eastman before being sent to him. McCrae goes on to write, "I regret God's Black Sheep is so bad and so poor that I cannot offer you any hope of it being revised in a satisfactory way to meet what I believe a novel by you must be." This statement from McCrae comes across as unusually and perhaps unnecessarily harsh for a rejection notification. McCrae explains that he was so displeased with the submission that he withheld the last $25 of his advance. Rather than offering concrete feedback or a rationale for the denial, McCrae tells McKay that there is no hope of revising the manuscript. The harsh tone of McCrae's rejection notification indicates that he did not want the novel to be published at E.P. Dunnan, but most importantly, he did not want the novel to be published anywhere else or publicly accessible. His letter not only serves as a formal notice of this rejection, it goes as far as to question McKay's artistic integrity, which I argue also suggests that McCrae wanted to make sure that revising the novel and seeking publication would be an impossibility for McKay. The tone of McCrae's letter presents the possibility that Amiable was not rejected because of the quality of the writing itself, but rather an attempt to eliminate any chance of its revision. In other words, McCrae's letter demonstrates that the writing was not the problem, the radical ideas expressed in Amiable were the problem. So if we see the denial of publication, regardless of the reason, as a failure, then perhaps McKay's work on Amiable did fail. The text failed to affirm the views and expectations of the editors at E.P. Dunnan, revealing a political misalignment between the two. However, if we repurpose or reframe this perceived failure of publication, then we can see that Amiable's denial was not due to the writing quality, but indicative of the anxiety to publish works that put radical politics in proximity to diasporic Blackness. Elizabeth McHenry speaks to this point of repurposing failure as an opportunity to re-examine text and manuscript form that might reveal hidden elements of Black literary culture. Works from the Negro Renaissance authors that remain unpublished can tell us what society wanted to mask or conceal from the public. This statement is also true for posthumously published texts that have only recently been published but remained unpublished for decades. Now, with the inclusion of Amiable's manuscript, along with others that have recently been posthumously published, we are left to resituate McKay's oeuvre and return to his archive to find the traces of these novels that have only recently been made visible, although always there. This addition to McKay's public writing may allow us to form new connections and discoveries about McKay and the nature of his later writing and work. In the absence of any public contemporaneous review, commentary, or coverage of this text, our reading of Amiable is happening largely outside of its intended political moment. The text was circulated among a private readership, and we know from McKay's correspondence that he shared drafts with Max and Elena Eastman, Simon Williamson, John McCrae, along with the literary editors and staff at E.P. Dunnan. These conversations surrounding the novel directly influenced its final form and publication outcome. This influence is perhaps most evident with the previous letter from McKay to Eastman, where it was implied that Eastman suggested keeping the politics out of Amiable. However, McKay insisted that the novel doesn't work without its political dimensions. We are left to understand this text without the insight of any public contemporaneous review. And this means that there is a layer of engagement with this text that we will never be able to fully recover. McKay's correspondence regarding the drafts he circulated to his private readership provides a partial way into this text, offering nuance of the particular historical moment that might not be captured otherwise. In his letter dated April 20th, 1941, Eastman tells McKay he's excited and happy about the book, and that it has the potential to be the great Afro-American novel after all these years. Eastman was not alone in his high hopes for Amiable's potential success and cultural impact. Simon Williamson, McKay's former Federal Writers Project colleague, also envisioned Amiable's potential to empower self-determination within the Black community. Williamson wrote McKay in June 1941 that Amiable comes at an opportune time for social change, development, and dissolution of the Negro, of the people of the world. In the meantime, all we can do is organize, educate, and reorient the lives of the people into channels of self-respect, economic improvement, and social and cultural development. Williamson's letter highlights the diasporic sensibility that McKay foregrounds in the novel. The idea, the concept that Black Americans were not only interested in, but committed to supporting Black people across the diaspora, and that Ethiopia's struggle for sovereignty was also their struggle. Williamson was one of the few people, if not the only, to read a close to complete draft of this manuscript before McKay submitted it to E.P. Dutton. And this is significant because Williamson represents McKay's target audience. In many ways, Williamson's response to this text affirms that McKay achieved or would have achieved his goal of inspiring self-determination for a Black diasporic community. McKay's letters to McCrae and Eastman addressing Amiable's denial implicitly communicate a sense of urgency to complete the novel that extends beyond the contractual deadline. Eastman was able to negotiate extensions and increases in advance before and could have likely done so again. At one level, Amiable's publication history that have detailed unveils the strain on Black authors' physical and financial health and the strategies employed to silence their voices. But at another level, these letters demonstrate McKay's sense of urgency to share his work with a public audience beyond the Eastmans, Williamson, and McCrae, and what was at stake for him in making this material public. McKay's willingness to explore the possibilities of publishing the novel with Samuel Roth, an infamous figure in literary circles, demonstrates his determination to see this novel in the hands of public readers during his lifetime. He is willing to resort to publishing with what Cloutier has called the bête noire of modernism if it meant that his novel could be read publicly. It is likely that there are works, perhaps of canonical authors like McKay's, as well as works of non-canonical Black thinkers, specifically during the 30s and 40s, that remain unpublished due to circumstances like Amiable's. Amiable becomes a case study, a microcosm of a larger problem within publishing that persists to this day and disproportionately impacts writers of color, and especially Black women, during this time. The recovery and publication of Amiable allows McKay's goal for this text to be shared publicly and serve as a call to action, albeit for a new generation. It is through the generic qualities of the archive that we are able to look back, if just for a moment, to reclaim lost inspiration and reimagine possible ways forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. And finally, we have a presentation from Hallie Nell Swanson, who is the first D.F. Mackenzie News Scholar. Hallie is a doctoral candidate in religious studies at the University of Pennsylvania, focusing on Islam in South Asia. Her dissertation, Moving Stories, the Indo-Persian Romance, 1650 to 1850, examines the circulation of Sufi ideas through the romance genre in Persian, Dakhni, Urdu, and Punjabi. She is research assistant on the Hindustani Airs project at the Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge, which spotlights a multilingual illustrated manuscript of songs from late 18th century Lucknow. Her talk is Moving Stories, the Indo-Persian Romance.
All right, hi, can everyone hear me? Thank you so much for having me. I'd like to thank the BSA and especially Erin and Agnieszka. My talk is entitled Moving Stories because I want to talk about how a genre meant to be moving in an emotional sense, the romance, moved around through different languages, genres, material forms, and institutions. My dissertation discusses this process in 17th to 19th century India. I want to think about the materiality of genre and ask how the material dimensions of a text impact how it is read and valued. Today, I'll be talking about the movement of manuscripts into movable type and finally into lithograph. My focus is on a brief period of experiments with movable type romances patronized by British Orientalists in Calcutta for use as language textbooks. Their linguistic content has been the subject of scholarly interest in vernacular language standardization. But today, I want to investigate the material aspects of the books and how they use the technology of the press to adapt a genre that had previously circulated in manuscript form. Generally, the use of movable type for Perso-Arabic script in India has been seen as a failure. From the 1840s, it was superseded by lithograph technology, which was more easily adapted to the script and its conventions. Scholars such as Francesco Orsini have seen the packaging of the Romance into movable type textbooks as killing their literary potential. Later, lithographs attempted to retrofit the Romance textbooks back into the earlier manuscript tradition, albeit shorn of their English prefaces and credited to the author rather than to the editor and the printer. However, I think that a closer look at the movable type innovations shows that while they may not have caught on in their original form, these early experiments with print romances were not a total failure or a blip. Rather, they contained elements that would be carried forward into lithograph technology. So my focus today is on the Hindustani Press in Calcutta. The press was affiliated with Fort William College, founded in 1800 as a training college for young civil servants in the British East India Company. And here's the building where the college was housed. It's still there. I walked by it the other day, but now it's a government office. The college had been founded to aid the extraction of wealth from India by the East India Company, which was behaving increasingly like a state. The company hired civil servants from England and Scotland, but needed to train the young apprentices. They were being taught Persian, Hindustani, and Bengali to be able to rule over the land, what Bernard Cohen has called the command of language and the language of command. But as Sisir Kumar Das has observed in his book about Fort William, there was a fundamental confusion at the heart of the college. The purpose of its teaching was entirely mercenary, yet the British Orientalists who oversaw the college's programming also saw themselves as custodians of classical learning and promoters of literary vernaculars. Meanwhile, the Indian scholars who wrote the books that were used as teaching materials saw their work as continuing and contributing to a literary tradition. Oops. Oh, there we go. The Hindustani Press was started up at the college in 1802 at the request of John Borthwick Gilchrist, a Scottish surgeon and indigo planter turned teacher of Oriental languages. Gilchrist sold the idea of the press as a means for promoting a vernacular that civil servants could use across the areas increasingly held under East India Company control, and he called this vernacular Hindustani, hence Hindustani Press. The title pages of books printed by the press give some idea of its purpose. Here I've highlighted a few phrases to demonstrate Gilchrist's interest in distinguishing the Hindustani language as a written and literary vehicle, the fact that stories have been packaged for exams at the college, and that they met with the approbation of the college council. The names of the printers, Philip Pereira and Hubbard, are sometimes given, and the names of the editors are always given. In the Hatem Thai example, the editor, James Atkinson, is given the credit of revising and correcting the work under his superintendence. However, the author of the actual work, Izzatullah Bengali, is omitted. We do see references to the assistance of learned natives at the College of Fort William, who did almost all of the editorial work, but their names are also omitted in these title pages. So who were these learned natives? To accomplish the task of producing vernacular literary material as textbooks, the college turned to a cadre of professional writers and scribes who worked in Persian and the vernacular. These men were known as munshis, a term which meant scribe, but also denoted language learning and administrative abilities. Englishmen in India often relied on them to translate correspondence and tutor them in Persian and Urdu. So here's a depiction of a munshi from an album commissioned by an English company officer, showing stereotypes of different professions. So here you can see the munshi is the older gentleman, and this is his student. There's an inkwell and a book. This is John Gilchrist's own description of the archetype of the munshi, which indicates his deep condescension towards these professionals and their level of learning. However, he employed about 50 at the college before budget cuts began to eat into their numbers. As Lars has noted, in its early years, the college encouraged very liberally indeed editing manuscripts and producing prose works, particularly in the modern Indian languages, especially given that some of these languages did not yet have a published grammar or dictionary. Thus writes, quote, British professors encouraged native scholars to produce works of prose, including tales and fables, the Romance. Gilchrist, never one to shy from self-aggrandizement, described the Hindustani press as an asylum for Oriental literature. Prior to the inauguration of the press, Gilchrist had printed phrase books of his own production and compilations of short excerpts edited by munshis through printers already operating in Calcutta. After the establishment of the press in 1802, his focus shifted to entire works written, compiled, or edited by munshis. The source material for this flurry of production was not from scratch. Rather, incentivized by the college, the munshis transformed pre-existing works and stories that were already in circulation. When they adapted older tales to be used in the classroom, they were drawing on a long tradition of translating stories, moving them from Persian to Urdu, and changing them from poetry to prose or vice versa. This chart demonstrates the importance of poetry and the prose genre of tales and fables, which can both be grouped under the framework of romance because they kept circulating in this process. Here we can envision how these works might have been read by the students at Fort William. This copy of a Hindustani press book has been annotated in English in pencil, possibly by the student whose name is given as Sullivan Davis on the flyleaf, along with a few doodles. The printers of the Hindustani press faced the problem of expressing the conventions of Islamic manuscript culture within the constraints of movable type. This led to some innovations. So one example is the Bismillah, which is just a blessing that inaugurates the work and appears at the top of the manuscript and just means in the name of God. So sometimes it's just a simple line of script, as this top example here. At other times, there's an illumination around it, which is called a headpiece. And sometimes you'll see that there's space left for a headpiece, but the illumination was actually never completed, as on the right here. And here you can also see the importance of ruled lines in these manuscripts. Every page has an outer frame, and then poetry is further framed into 2 columns, and headings are also framed. But Islamic manuscripts typically lack title pages. Rather, the title is found somewhere in the preface. On the left, the text in red ink on the headpiece is the title, and in the middle image, you can see that there's a medallion serving as a kind of title page, but that's because it's from a composite codex. So this is indicating that it's a second story. And you can also see on that illuminated headpiece that a former English owner, Gore Ousley, has put his signature over the headpiece, which then went on to happen at the college library as well. Oh, sorry. Yes, on the left there, it says College of Fort William over that line. So here are 3 Hindustani press attempts to render the Bismillah using movable type. You can see that there seems to have been experiments in different routes, ranging from more to less elaborate. The first one is extremely simple, sequencing a few type pieces symmetrically and centering it below the Bismillah. There's a line at the top recalling the ruled lines of a manuscript, but it doesn't continue below that. Then the middle example has used alternating combinations of asterisks, and this one character that looks like a circle with a few dots around it, you might know the vocabulary, to designate the field of the manuscript headpiece. And it seems to approximate the finial that crowns the headpiece through the use of these 2 foliate characters and symmetry at the top. And meanwhile, this one actually makes a kind of elaborate throne through the use of several different movable type pieces. The use of 2 levels recalls some manuscripts, but to me, the columns and finials have a slightly neoclassical look about them. This one has also used characters all the way around the text field to suggest the ruling of the entire page, more in line with the framing that we saw from the manuscript tradition, and this persists throughout the book. You can get a sense here of how this headpiece has been rendered. There's one character missing where that red box is, so you can see how it was accomplished through several lines of repeating characters. My sense is that this is repurposing characters that had been developed for European books to different ends. Perhaps in a European context, they might have used just one at a time to separate sections, but here they're forming layers of lines with some accent pieces. So this on the right is actually a lithograph from the 1840s. It's the 6th edition of a book originally published by the Hindustani Press in Calcutta. I couldn't get an image of that first edition, but this lithograph clearly owes a lot to those early Hindustani Press innovations. Lithograph technology has allowed the printer to add in rulings around the page and between sections, a concept retained from manuscript culture. But even though they are no longer constrained by the movable type medium, the printer has chosen to retain the aesthetic concept of the movable type headpiece, rather than go with a more traditional headpiece. There's a double text field with finials at the top of each, but if you look closely, you can see from the lack of consistency between the 2 finials and the inconsistent spacing between the asterisks that they were actually done by hand. One innovation of the press took advantage of the fact that English reads left to right and Arabic script right to left. Consequently, depending on which way one opened the book, you would read a different title page. This resulted effectively in two framings for the main text, one in Latin script and one in Perso-Arabic script. So here in the Persian edition of the story of Hatem Tai, the English credits James Atkinson but leaves off the labor of the Munshi, whereas in the Persian, the Munshi gives his own name, the Nayatullah, and mentions that it was ordered and corrected by James Atkinson. And then in this example, where am I pointing? There we go. The English also addresses the volume to Professor Lumsden, while the Persian addresses it to people of learning in general and specifies that its purpose is that the gentlemen of the madrasa, a college, just the school of the college, learning Persian there may be able to read it more easily. Here too, the Munshi mentions his own name, Mehtabuddin, which is left off of the English. The Urdu text introducing this translation of an Arabic work mentions that the text was produced by order of Governor General Marcus Wellesley and John Gilchrist, but before mentioning them, discusses the work as being completed in the reign of the Mughal emperor and intended for the Muslims of India. When new editions of these works were printed outside the auspices of the Hindustani press, it was these Urdu prefaces that remained, reframing the books for a different audience. The Hindustani press was more of an experiment than a publishing sensation. The college had been subject to budget cuts by the Court of Directors of the East India Company almost since its publication. In 1820, it cancelled all publication programs. The college published 47 books during 1801 to 7, 73 books during 1808 to 14, 20 during 1815 to 20, and only one book during the next 26 years of the college's existence. In 1806, the company inspected a box of Hindustani press productions and dismissed the press's few elementary books which can claim no other rank in literature. To be fair to the press, this was the exact stated purpose of its publications. As Francesco Orsini has noted, the packaging of tales as textbooks seems to have blocked the possibility that they might be recognized and appreciated also as literature. Perhaps without their conventional material form from the manuscript, which was entrenched in manuscript technology, they failed to read as romances to readers. Appetite for movable type romances seems to have been low. And yet, however marginal the college's literary production in the form of its library and press may have been, it was not a complete blip in the literary history of Urdu. Some Fort William commissions did later develop a renewed sense of literariness under lithograph technology, which became dominant in the subcontinent from the mid-19th century onward. Orientalist manuscript catalogers called lithograph presses the native presses. Lithograph preserved those features of manuscript culture that were impossible to preserve in movable type. Here again is the 6th edition of Nihal Chand Lahori's Urdu prose narrative Mazhab-e-Ishq, which had been adapted from an earlier Persian romance, the Gul-e-Bakavli. You can see that since it's still being printed by the Hindustani press, they have retained the English title page, but it's now being written out by hand because it's a lithograph. As we saw earlier with the headpiece from this edition, although the printer has been freed from the constraints of movable type, they've still chosen to use elements from the Hindustani press's innovations. Oh boy. For example, they keep the title medallion. Rather than being formed of movable type characters, however, as with the two Hindustani press examples below, it's a hand-drawn floral pattern. While it recalls the manuscript medallion on the right, the layers of repeated units of swirls and dots are also reminiscent of the Hindustani press's headpieces, which used repeating characters. And by this lithograph from 1927 Lahore, the English title page is completely gone. You can see that the flowing script of manuscript culture has returned, and the printers are taking full advantage of the freedom of lithograph to create exciting floral motifs. However, the two lines below the subheadings seem to owe something to the Hindustani press innovations, and the flowers around the Bismillah at the top there recall the repetition of movable type forms, that kind of stamping, repeated floral character. While the Hindustani press frontispieces and dedications designated the Fort William-sponsored romances as exam preparation materials, the lithographed editions of the so-called native presses read more like manuscripts. The work's prefaces maintain their mentions of the college and professors like Gilchrist, Hunter, and Atkinson, but in ways that cast them as patrons, omitting references to exam texts. In this way, they retain the conventions of the Romance genre, positing continuity with its manuscript culture. Yet the press's innovations in orthography and punctuation, but also in the aesthetics of the books, left a lasting legacy on the material form of Urdu literary culture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, all of you. Let's bring you on up, and we're going to be opening this up to a general discussion. So get your questions ready. If I see any hands, I'll start calling. Otherwise, Barbara did give me some seed questions, so we will go with those to start with, or at least I'll start with one of them. A perennial favorite. Bibliography offers powerful methods for studying and apprehending the material aspects of textual artifacts. Briefly, each of you, how did you first come to perform research with textual artifacts? And how did you first learn about the artifacts described in your present work? And tangential to that, were there any particular challenges that you encountered in studying these materials? And we'll leave COVID out. It's no longer an excuse. Good. Andreas.
How is this on? First question, how did I begin on this path?
Yes, working with the material, physical objects.
With the materials, I think I've always just been fascinated with title pages because they get, I think Tiffany Stern says in her book, documents of performance, that these title pages often get elided in editions, and but there's a lot of information contained in them, and they give all kinds of clues and hints as to their transmission and publication and dissemination in the early modern book trade, and that's what caught my attention. And these titles of many extant title pages just contain all kinds of fibbing and clear evidence that a publisher doesn't really know what's in the book itself, and so it's just interesting to get these kinds of readings. I think that's what began my journey into studying printed titles. Specifically, how did I get into sort of measuring titles and counting? It was Franco Moretti's book, Distant Reading. He found a similar pattern of titles shortening in the British novel, I think in the 18th, maybe 18th or the 19th century. And I read that, found it compelling, and wondered, has this been done in my area? And it turns out it wasn't. And so, perfect entrance there. That is how I got going. In terms of issues that I've run into, honestly, it's just time consuming to go through EBO to download each PDF and to count various words and letters, and then to create these Excel sheets that just get really sprawling and tedious in itself, and having to keep track of everything I've looked at and haven't looked at, and then going back and rechecking everything. The play titles weren't that hard because there were just a few hundred. The sermons were upwards of 700, and so that was at times stressful. I'll just leave it at that. Yes.
Not to mention having a 13-month-old at home.
That
Probably.
too, yes.
Yeah. I saw Hallie nodding in agreement there. So Hallie, you want to?
Hi, no, I was not nodding about having a 13-month-old.
No, not that part.
Is this thing on? Oh, hello. Yes, there we are. So my dissertation is actually largely on manuscripts. The print side of things is really the sort of beginning of the end of my chapter outline. But as I was looking at the manuscripts, I found that a lot of them had a Fort William College stamp or ownership statement. And it became clear that they had maintained this whole library. And I started wondering about the relationship between the library and the printing press, especially because some of the manuscripts look like orthographs of the munshis. I unfortunately couldn't get images of those. And they have statements in the front to the effect of, oh, I presented this to Gilchrist and I was rewarded with X amount of rupees and the manuscript's been deposited in the college library. So I kind of started wondering if it's this hinge moment between the manuscript and this incipient print, what was going on there. Talking of digitization, almost none of the manuscripts I'm working with are digitized, but a decent number of the print books are. So I was able to do some of that. Talking of challenges, I mean, the British Library cyber attack was a bit of a buzzkill for me, which is why I couldn't get some images of some manuscripts. They've just been out of commission for months now. And then I've been in India for the past few weeks. I was able to get images at some archives, but not others. They want you to kind of pay in cash, and you get a receipt, and then they want to conduct the photography process a lot of the time. So, you know, just constraints in terms of bureaucracy, getting my visa, getting a letter from the American ambassador to India saying that I'm a real researcher. These kinds of things present some logistical troubles, but it also, you know, if I'm writing an institutional history of libraries, which is what I hope to do in this eventual chapter, it's also good to see how the collections where they're currently held are operating, and the institutional aspect there.
Yeah. Yolanda, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe I can speak to some of the challenges as well. Obviously, my work is kind of everything surrounding the publication of the novel, and I'm not actually, you know, talking about the novel itself, but the scatteredness of the records and kind of tracing this publication history. Fortunately, a lot of work has already been done, but it required going to the Lilly Library, it required going to the Beinecke, it required going to the Schomburg, and some of these records, to your point, Haley, are not digitized. And so as a researcher dealing with the scatteredness of one author's records was a challenge. Won't blame it on COVID, I mean, but still, you know, getting to each of the archives has been difficult. And then, you know, thinking about how I came to this research, I kind of stumbled on it. I read Amiable with Big Teeth, and there was this picture of the typescript at the front of the hardcover, and that piqued my interest. And then from there, I'm kind of just seeing, okay, why did it take so long for this to be published even after it was found, and thinking about the authentication process for it, something I couldn't really talk about, but so much work went into making sure that this was really Claude McKay's work, and just thinking about what that does to extend his legacy for Black authors, but also the period that I work on, the Harlem Renaissance. So it has not been linear, but it's been really enjoyable.
Good. Questions from the audience? If not, I will pick up another one of Barbara's. Ooh, we have one over in the corner, Aaron, behind you. Oh, and in front of you as well.
So this is for you. Oh, my name is Jean Marie Musto, and this question is for Yolanda, though I have a little bit of a question for Andreas. But I was just thinking about the context of Claude McKay's novel. I wasn't familiar with it, and the title is incredibly intriguing. And I was just curious, have you looked into what the context was for other people trying to write on this subject? Did anybody else get anything published along the political lines that he was trying to address in his novel? What was the publication context, I guess is the question. And sort of quickly for Andreas, which is, I was a little surprised by how many more sermons were being published than plays. The popularity of sermons today isn't quite what it was. And I was just curious how you saw that relationship.
So I just want to repeat the question, make sure I heard you correctly. You're asking about the political context and if other authors were writing about this topic during that time. I'm gonna nothing comes to mind right now, but I think the story of Amiable demonstrates that there are other works that would be in conversation with Claude McKay's Amiable. And thinking about his correspondence, I was just at the Schomburg yesterday and revisiting some of his correspondence with Simon Williamson, and they were both deeply engaged in this research and thinking about Ethiopia and thinking about the role of the U.S.'s role in helping Ethiopia to maintain their sovereignty. And so I thought that there are other works that were speaking to this and responding to this moment. But a lot of these works, towards the 30s and 40s, a lot of the financial backing disappeared, and Black authors were left, many authors were left with works in limbo. And so my hope is that more of this work becomes publicly accessible.
Thank you for your question. I studied more print drama than print sermons. Print sermons was more of a suggestion by Joran Prout when I suggested it might be a good idea to compare my sample against something he reckoned it's something to do. I had a backup graph on a page to show the proliferation of those first edition sermon titles proliferating once new plays kind of decrease. My reading there is perhaps it makes sense for play titles, or at least new play titles, to start looking alike, because if they're not as frequently published, they're much more niche, but highly reprintable, as Farmer and Lesser show in a lot of their work. It makes sense that they would maybe stand out and easily identifiable. It also, I think, enabled the fact that if a older playbook was published, or an older play was published for the first time, so in the 1630s, there are a couple Thomas Heywood plays that are published, but they were first performed in the 1590s or early 1600s, they came equipped with very long titles, which was very common for plays, common for printed plays in the 1590s and early 1600s. It would have signaled that this is probably an older play, and so it may have helped in perhaps marketing these plays in the print marketplace. As regards printed sermons, it's not my specialty, so I don't know if I can comment as much on how this would have affected their place in the book trade relative to plays, though it's something I should look into more as I prepare a draft of this for PBSA. So thank you for your suggestion.
Sure. Hi, Yolanda, how are you? My name's Alvin Patrick. I'm a member of the Grolier Club. Just a quick question about the correspondence that was going on between Claude McKay and the fact that they wanted to stay away from politics. I'm just trying to bring together the larger context. So this was 1941, right?
Yes.
And so, right? And so 1940, Native Son, 1945, Black Boy, 1946, The Street. So was it that publishers at that time were looking for personal stories, even if they were more radical, but they wanted to stay away from things that touched on the government? I'm just wondering whether any of your research sort of came up with that.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So, I mean, McKay describes the novel himself as a book of ideas. And so, in many ways, the plot wasn't his priority. It was proposing and thinking through different ways to collaborate, different forms of allyship. And he was really engaging with politics and thinking about what would this look like in Harlem. And I think it's that vivid imagery of what would, diasporic Blackness in very close proximity to leftist ideologies look like. That, I think that's what was problematic, and that's where the anxiety came from. And in his correspondence with his friend and his colleague Simon Williamson, you see that sort of commitment to we can help ourselves, we can create community across the diaspora, and I think that's where some of the anxiety came from the publishers.
Great. Anyone on? Yes, Caroline.
Thank you for these very interesting papers, fascinating. I have a question for Hallie, and actually it's more a comment, because these printed text and the decorations, they really reminded me of ornament type specimens that flourished at this period, and I was wondering if there was a connection or an inspiration. and actually if it would be possible to identify, where they came from.
Yeah, definitely. I was also looking at that because I think you're completely right. They don't completely look like they're coming from the manuscript aesthetics, but they also aren't entirely trying to imitate the movable type characters. And sorry, what did you say they reminded you of? Ornaments?
They're ornament specimens.
Yeah.
And printed specimens that were published starting in the mid-18th century.
In Western books, right.
And then printers published for promoting their ornaments. They played with the layouts and so on. And it really reminded me of some of these.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I will have to look at these. I think there are a few examples where there's like a finis stamp that goes in, but that doesn't, I only saw a couple of those. It doesn't seem to be something that really caught on. But I did wonder whether there was a sort of attempt to approximate these larger stamps that you don't really see. So yeah, I would love to look at some reference images and see where this might be coming from.
Aaron?
Hello.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, we are on Zoom, so please give your names for the home audience so they know who you are.
Okay. Well, I'm Aaron Pratt. I've got a question for Hallie. So sort of similarly, I mean, I've seen like when you start to see Ethiopic manuscripts get printed in Western Europe in the 16th century, they'll often create a custom ornament to mimic something manuscripty about them. And I guess the question I have for you is, could you give me a little riff on what you think the effect of this sort of ersatz manuscriptiness is trying to do? I mean, because you can imagine printing it just as the text if it's meant for education exactly, but what do you think the point of trying to show the manuscriptiness of the underlying documents? What's the point?
Yeah, completely. I think it's a little bit hard to tell because it is quite ad hoc. There are some where they seem really concerned with approximating a kind of ornate headpiece, and others where they don't particularly care. My sense is that this maybe denotes bookiness, for lack of a better word, that it's arising out of a sensibility that if you don't do this, it will not really communicate that this is a literary thing, and it won't look right. That's my sense. There are a few other conventions that they seem keen on preserving, but again, it's quite ad hoc. So some have those catchwords, which doesn't really make any sense when you're in a print context. And I wonder if, again, that's because a catchword at the bottom is how you know that a page is finished, and people expect to see that even if it's no longer strictly necessary to reorder the leaves. So that's my sense, is that there's something about it that's communicating this is a real literary book and not just a kind of scrapbook exercise book.
A question over here and over here.
Hi, Liz Denlinger, New York Public Library. I had a question for Yolanda, and I was just wondering about the further context. So this is super interesting, and I remember when Amiable with Big Teeth came out, and it was super exciting. I was just wondering if you saw in the correspondence you read people talking about Stalinism more deeply, because I mean, Invisible Man is until 1952, so that's, all the politics is buried under allegory. But so I was just wondering if, did the Hitler-Stalin Pact and the war have anything to do with the rejection, although the rejection letter you read was so condescending and just, snotty, that there was no leaning towards politics. But I just wonder if that was part of it, or if you saw any signs of that.
I think so. I think the timing just perhaps wasn't there because of the circumstances, the historical circumstances of that moment, and just the political environment in 1941. I think that is largely to do with it.
And I've got a piggyback question on that. Did you compare other rejection letters from the same person? Like,
Yeah.
did he regularly write snotty letters, or is this really an outlier?
So I'm currently in the process of trying to get some of the other rejection letters, specifically from John McCrae, so that I can do that. My sense is that this is unusual. I believe there has been a rejection letter to W.E.B. Du Bois that was it was polite compared to what McKay has seen. But I think it's also unusual because McKay had a relationship with this publishing house, and so to receive such a harsh letter indicates that there were other, serious concerns.
Okay. Yep. We had more questions over here. One in the front row, I think was the first one, and then in the back row is the next one.
Thanks. Mark Purcell from Cambridge. For Hallie, where did the types come from?
So they're called the Wilkins Karmakar typeset, which is for this printer Charles Wilkins, who earlier in the 18th century had put together typepieces for a variety of Indian scripts, and then he's assisted by this goldsmith who basically is kept under house arrest, producing all of them. And then the college slightly modified those ones because it had a slightly different transliteration scheme. The orthography hadn't really been standardized. But my sense is it's coming from there. Annoyingly, I haven't really been able to find out where it operated from, whether it was a separate standalone press or whether they're just applying the term Hindustani press, and they might actually have been using a missionary press either within Calcutta or slightly in the south at Serampore. I wish I had more information about that, but it's definitely coming out of the Wilkins typeset with some modifications.
And we had a question. Molly.
Hi, I'm Molly Schwartzberg from the Houghton Library. My question's also for Yolanda, because I'm so interested in the problem of these letters. And what I found compelling was his use of the language of what readers expect from you, what readers expect from you. And it made me think about McKay as a brand and the extent to which the publishing house was maybe dependent upon him following a set of expectations that they had established for his work, and the economics of that, and whether that's something you've found, whether that's unique to McKay because he had a certain kind of popularity, unique to his relationship with Dutton, and whether it's sort of a larger problem. And related to that, you had a wonderful screen up briefly about the dates of the republication of these, first-time publication of various manuscripts. And it made me think about sort of McKay's brand in academia and in publishing today, and how it is that these republication or new publication projects come into being at a particular moment. I'm thinking of like the Yellow Wallpaper had a very famous moment in like the early 1970s when feminism was, feminist publishing was a big deal. And so there's this question of brand and what brand meant to this editor at Dutton, and if you've had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still really thinking through what that statement means, like provide a novel, to provide a novel by what they are expecting of him. Because it seems to me that it is on brand with Claude McKay. I think he's taking, he's experimenting with the structure of the novel, but reading it along one of his earlier poems, If He Must Die, it rings of Black militancy, and his friends called him the Prince of the Revolution for a reason. And so in many ways, this is, McKay, later in his career, kind of returning to some of the same questions, but responding to a specific historical moment.
Okay. We've got one here and one over there.
Hi, John McQuillan from the Morgan Library. A question for Andreas. In terms of this process of sort of title and title page tightening, have you gone so far as to look kind of by printer and bookseller to see what, like, one individual's process is, and if they go back and forth, or just sort of, once you tighten up your title page, you're just done? And what that process might tell you about kind of market and buyer expectations?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I did start on the path of looking at titles by various printers across their careers and their plays. I don't think I found anything, any pattern there. Certainly for publishers and certain authors this exists. So for instance, Ben Jonson's plays, he's famously very involved in the publication of his own works, which contain plays and other non-dramatic texts. There's a lot of continuity in his title pages, single editions and in the collection, in the 1616 works and thereafter. And my gut feeling is that Farmer and Lesser pretty much established that publishers were the ones that were usually involved in the title page design and the titling of their works. They had the most to lose or gain from how they presented their works at the bookshop and other bookshops that they wholesale to. So it goes, I mean, it follows that they were probably the ones meddling with how they titled their plays. And there's a great example in Peter Blaney's The Text of King Lear and their origins, page 258, 259. There's a fantastic surviving manuscript of Francis Kirkman designing a sermon collection title page, and it's in his hand, as Blaney says. Please remind me the second part of your question, if there was one.
And we're running, this will be our last question over here, so let's do that, and then we'll...
Hi, Megan Cook, Colby College. This question is also for Andreas. It's very much a follow-up on the previous one, which is whether you'd be willing to speculate at all about the role of size or format in the length of titles, right? So, and what that might tell us about the economics and marketing function of both size and the title page.
Okay, so size of book, but also size of the titles themselves?
Yeah, so folio,
Yes.
duodecimo versus
Yes.
like quarto.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the playbooks are in quarto. Some of them are in octavo. And the sermons are usually a mishmash of quarto, a little bit of octavo, a little bit of duodecimo. And but I think the majority of the titles I looked at, these were in quarto format, and that easily displayed on stalls. I believe did I answer your question?
I meant if you'd be willing to speculate on whether or not, sorry, let me back up. Are title pages designed differently in different formats?
Yes. Yeah, the quartos, octavos, duodecimos, small formats seem to be pretty much the same. Folio editions, there were no single edition folio plays or sermons that I looked at, if I recall correctly. The collections, though, tend to have different titling conventions. They usually do have to list their contents, not always, but they generally do. And as a result, even the shapes of the titles are portrayed differently. That's something Prout does, and I attempted, except it's just very difficult because it isn't as simple as there is one shape in a title. It's usually there are three shapes simultaneously at work. But yes, I definitely did notice a difference in titling convention. There was a mishmash of proper titles, descriptions, but also they usually contain the names of their authors. So Ben Jonson's works, for instance, that's rare in plays. The only example I can think of is Shakespeare, His King Lear. That was a rare titling format, but it did appear in other authorial works at the time. It sometimes appears in Henry Smith's sermons, but it's not really a popular titling convention in single editions, more so in collections and multi-editions.
Okay, Barbara did give me a little bit more to say here, but let's just start by applauding the work of our new scholars. Yep. And I'm getting a hand signal. We had,
wanted to make a closing remark.
okay.
I just want to double back to the word challenge that you all addressed in your first answers. Half a century after you write your dissertation, the challenge doesn't lessen. I have by now seen 20,000 titles of Spanish plays in over 2 centuries, and the challenge is there, and the challenge is going to be whether it's getting a visa or trying to stay in touch with libraries, but just be ready. It will go on.
Yeah.
And don't give up.
Yeah, and don't give up. Okay, so, and she also wanted to make sure that we, again, honor Michael Winship and Roger Stoddard for their forward thinking in creating this program. Yep. Way back before any of these people were born. And once again, in remembering Marianne Malkin and Catherine Patzer. And then she wanted also to give a personal message, which is that it has been such a privilege to serve as the chair of BSA's New Scholars Committee since 2018. Having completed my second term as chair, I want to thank Erin McGurl and Megan Pizer for their leadership, as well as Cynthia Gibson. And then there's a parenthetical that says, yes, Cynthia, I know you are reading this. For our work together these many years. I also want to recognize Megan Constantino and Kinohi Nishikawa again for their many contributions to the committee. And last but not least, to Agnieszka Reck, who will be taking up the torch during her new term as chair. And then I'm going to give a brief personal statement of my own, which is that this will be my 10th and final year on this committee. I have served under, Agnieszka will be my third chair. John Buchtel and Barbara Heritage were the first two, and it has been a joy and an honor and a learning experience, and I am so grateful for it. And with that, we are going to take a brief intermission before the annual meeting and keynote. Yay!
Hi, just a quick note that the keynote lecture will begin in 30 minutes at 3 o'clock, or whatever time is 30 minutes from now. Yeah.
Did you, we're going to start the next part of the program. No. And I don't. All right. So that's it for the side. Okay. Oh, yes. This.
Until you see Daniela. All right. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm going to begin by introducing myself in the language as I have been taught to do. Halito, Sahachifoya Megan Pizer, Achata Oyosia, Barry Pizer Anki, Beverly Payne Supokni, Oklahoma Atachata, Awawi Antanag Atali. Hello, my name is Megan Pizer. I am a citizen of Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, the daughter of Barry Pizer and the granddaughter of Beverly Payne. My people's removal lands are in Oklahoma, but I currently reside in what the Anishinaabe people know as where the curved shores meet, but what is temporarily called Detroit. I'm Associate Professor of English at Oakland University and the Vice President of BSA, and I'll be beginning with a land acknowledgement this evening. I'm opening our meeting with the land acknowledgement that BSA has adopted. Land acknowledgements are recently taken up as a practice of settler colonial institutions, but they are actually an indigenous practice. They are how we ever remind ourselves as humans, the youngest Earth relative, that everything we are and everything we do is supported by the land that sustains us. They are an awareness of our small place in a larger balanced system and a promise to commit to our role in keeping that balance. The Bibliographical Society conducts its business on the traditional and ancestral lands and waters of the Lenni Lenape people in Lenapehoking, currently known by settlers as New York City. The BSA recognizes the Lenni Lenape's preferred land acknowledgement to honor their people and territory. The Society gathers people together at events across the North and South American continents on the traditional and ancestral lands and waters of Indigenous peoples who were and still are forcibly removed from their lands. The BSA acknowledges the exclusion and erasures of Indigenous peoples in the places where we work and gather. The Society recognizes its identity as a cultural heritage organization with roots in predominantly white settler scholarship. The BSA's presence across space is tied to colonial enterprises across the Americas, particularly in academia, and this presence has led to the exclusion and erasure of Indigenous voices in our publications, past programming, and the composition of our membership committees and council. In order to address and rectify these absences, the Society is committed to promoting and uplifting scholarship in the field of Indigenous bibliography by expanding financial support for fellowships, research, and events in this academic discipline. These ongoing efforts are part of the BSA's implementation of its Equity Action Plan to inform all aspects of the Society's work. Recognizing that the Society's existence as an organization is intertwined with and has benefited from settler colonialism, the BSA is taking active efforts to make amends by supporting honoraria for the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape tribal nation in Lenapehoking. Because the BSA has members across the Americas, we encourage our constituents to support land back initiatives in their communities by finding out what tribal community is tied to the land where you work and live, and donating to those local tribal communities if you're able to. The Society is also committed to supporting Native lands by divesting its endowments from investments derived from fossil fuels and taking environmental, social, and governance considerations into account in its investment strategies. By pursuing fossil fuel-free investing, the BSA seeks to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change that put the long-term preservation of material culture at risk. You can also make a donation to the Lenape Land Trust by using the PayPal link that you'll see around. Thank you. Yakoke to all of my Lenape kin.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Duracell-Mellish, and I am the president of the Bibliographical Society of America. And today I am delighted to introduce Daniela Bleichmar, this year's keynote speaker. Her lecture is sponsored by the Independent Online Booksellers Association. Daniela Bleichmar is professor of art history and history at the University of Southern California, where she also serves as the founding director of the Levin Institute for the Humanities. Her research and teaching address the history of images, objects, and text in colonial Latin America and early modern Europe, focusing on the histories of science and knowledge production, cultural encounters and exchanges, collecting, and books. Her research has been supported by the Mellon Foundation, the Getty Foundation, the Getty Research Institute, and the ACLS, among others. Her publications include the books Visible Empire, Botanical Expeditions and Visual Culture in the Hispanic Enlightenment, University of Chicago Press 2012, and Visual Voyages, Images of Latin American Nature from Columbus to Darwin, Yale University Press 2017. She is currently writing a curatorial biography of the Codex Mendoza, an indigenous illustrated manuscript produced in early colonial Mexico. She traces the extraordinary life of these transcultural objects from Mexico City in the 1540s to London in the 1830s. And today she's going to speak about rethinking the Aztecs' past, rethinking the Codex Mendoza. Please welcome Professor Bleichmar.
Thank you so much. Let me get settled here. Okay. I want to start with thank you to Caroline for this invitation, and especially to Erin McWhirl, who was so amazing in making this happen with a level of efficiency, but also warmth that I really, really appreciate. You're all very lucky to have Erin in charge of this meeting, and I am very lucky that she was so patient with me. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I tried to get the front lights to dim so that you could see the manuscript that I'm going to talk about in all its glory, but it's either off or on, and on a Friday at this time of the afternoon, I don't think, I'm going to try to be very lively, but I don't think I can do it. So unfortunately, this is the best we will do. So this is the Codex Mendoza. As Caroline mentioned, I am in the thick of the process of finishing this book that I've been working on for a long time, and I'm so excited to be talking about it to you because you are my ideal audience. How many of you are familiar with this? Raise your hand if you had heard of the Codex Mendoza. Oh, wow, okay. My people. What can I say? So, on the screen, you see a manuscript known as the Codex Mendoza, a question that maybe we can discuss in the Q&A, because you will see that my ploy here is to tell you about this book and then to ask you many questions so that you help me as I am finishing it. We know it was created in Mexico City. We think that maybe that happened in the 1540s, so that's only about 20 years after the fall of the Mexica or Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan to the forces led by Hernán Cortés. And it is one of the most extensive, detailed, and heavily used sources for the history of the Mexica. Much of what we know about Aztec society comes from this document and from other colonial codices that were produced in the 60 to 80 years after the conquest. But this is one of the earliest ones, and as I will describe, a very, very special one. And in preparing for this meeting, wow, this is such a confusing remote, okay. In preparing for this meeting, I was very glad to see in the website of the BSA the definitions of bibliography that pretty much explain exactly what I am trying to do with this codex, which is look at how it was made, who made it, what the process was for its creation, and how that process is inscribed in the object itself, but also helps us to interpret in a way that is different if we did not look at that or know that. And that's one of the ways in which I am rethinking the codex. I am proposing sort of a new stance for this source based on this bibliographical approach. But then what I am doing is I am not stopping as much art history does with the creation of the object, but I am following it as it moves across places, across media, across formats, and across time. So that is exactly, tick, 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 tick. I am very happy to see that. So the manuscript is in the format of a European-style book, a codex. It is on European paper. It measures roughly 12 by 8 1/4 inches. And it consists of 72 folios, partly dedicated to pictorial content that was created by indigenous painter scribes, and then was heavily annotated with Spanish glosses on the paintings themselves, as you can see on the image on the right, and then accompanied on facing sheets with Spanish writing that describes what the painting shows. And the paintings were made by indigenous Tlaquiloque artist scribes, and the writing was done by a Spanish notario, a legal scribe. The manuscript is divided in 3 sections. The first section is a history of the Mexica from the establishment of its great capital of Tenochtitlan, which you see on the right, through a succession of kings of Tlatoani, and for each of them discussing the years of the rule and the many different communities, or altepeme, that had been vanquished in war and brought into the Mexica Empire. So it's basically the passing of time as measured by military successes. So that's the first part. The second part, which is the longest, is about imperial economics. It is sort of the most beautiful rendering you can imagine of what is in some way sort of a tax form, because what it does is for each of those towns that had been subjugated by the Mexica, it is listing all the objects that they were required to pay as tribute to their conquerors. And it provides this incredible visual repertory of indigenous economy and goods in Mesoamerica before 1521. So a lot of what we know about the goods and the items and ideas of value and what was valued by these indigenous communities comes from this incredible record. And then the third part, and I think you can see, sorry, the angle is really hard. Yes, you can see at the very top of the verso that it says the third part of this history. So each of the parts is labeled and conceived as part of a whole. The third part is truly extraordinary, because if the first part tells us about military history, and the second part about imperial economics, the third part tells us about civil society in the Mexica world. And it starts with the birth of a child. So in the center of the scene in the bottom, you see a small basket with a newborn child, and surrounded by the mother at bottom left and the father at top left, and 2 religious leaders who are all speaking. The speech glyphs are that turquoise, precious speech that we see talking about the child and what their future will be. And at the very top, the figure is labeled the woman who has just given birth. So this is this incredible beginning of a life and the rites that accompany it in indigenous society. And then the manuscript takes us year by year in the upbringing of boys and girls. And on the left on sort of a left column, are boys always being closely watched by their fathers, and on the right, girls by their mothers. The turquoise circles that you see are the ages, and I chose this page. It starts with when children start contributing to the household and to society when they are just 4 or 5 years old, and this is a page when they're 11 to 14, the age of my own children. And as you can see at the very top, they have been bad. They are sassy. They are sassy twins, and they have gotten into trouble. And so they are being punished by burning chilies and holding their faces over the smoke of the burning chilies. And we see the tears coming, and so the parents are saying, this will not do. Further punishment when they're 12. By the time they're 13, they got it. They are really, this is so, some wishful thinking. They are really contributing to society. The boys are carrying loads. They are fishing. The girl is using a metate to grind corn. And in the bottom, the 14-year-old is fishing. On the right, the girl is weaving with a loom. And then we go to 15. What do you think happens at 15? Yeah, this is the difference between you and my students. When I ask my students, they say quinceañera, right? I'm like, no, she gets married. I'm not showing you that because I could go on. It just has such incredible detail about indigenous life in Mesoamerica, a detail that is just amazing to have as a historical record, and that was painted by indigenous artists who were working at a time when all of these incredibly deep social customs were being threatened and changed through colonialism, so that we have such a detailed record of what life was at a moment when that way of life was being persecuted is particularly important and meaningful from this manuscript. I'm showing you a opening that is very famous. It addresses governance in the Mexica world, and our historians are very excited about this painting on the right because it is a form of perspectival rendering, which is not a Mexica painting convention. It is one that 20 roughly years after the conquest, this indigenous artist is aware of and is choosing to depict or choosing to employ here. But what is more interesting, or not more interesting, but what is also very interesting to me is the view of governance that is suggested by the image and by the text, because there is great emphasis on the high level of sophistication and civilization of the Mexica political system, on the magnificence of Moctezuma, who is shown, Moctezuma II, who is shown at the very top, and the ways in which the text describe his rule. They use this very specific phrase, which is orden y buen gobierno, order and good governance. And that is not a random phrase, that is a very specific concept in political theory at the time that talks about the highest form of governance, right? This is what a monarch should aspire to. So, and the phrase is in the Spanish. So the indigenous painters and the indigenous narrators who were involved in producing this conveyed information that the Spanish interpreter and the Spanish scribe set down in these terms that were the ones used in political thought at the time and in Spanish political thought at the time to describe just rulership. That is a very important statement after the conquest, right? These are not people who are being described in the ways that had been used in many other sources to describe indigenous peoples across the Americas. These are describing a society that is being compared to the highest, most organized, most well-run, most sophisticated society possible at the time in both native and Spanish terms. So this is the last folio and is one that is not illustrated, And so it's perhaps the least exciting, right? After you go through all these amazing paintings, you get to this. But this is a folio that for me was sort of like the key that unlocked the document, because it is a folio that breaks the fourth wall, in which the scribe addresses not exactly the reader, it's not dear reader, but it says, it talks about the making of the manuscript. And it says, I know that the prose is really rough, but we were in such a rush to make it. And then it gets into matters of translation, which I think is so interesting. And it made me see that the whole project of this manuscript, of how it was made and of what happened to it afterwards, we can think through translation. Translation was central to mid-16th century Mexico. Every element of life in an indigenous polyglot empire that was now dealing with a colonial administration that added yet one more language to a very polyglot situation involved interpreting between languages, interpreting between cultures, interpreting between religious systems, and interpreting between writing systems, indigenous pictography and Spanish alphabetic writing. And so what the text says about translation is it first criticizes the translator. It says the interpreter made some mistakes because he referred to the indigenous churches, temples, as mosques. And it referred to the indigenous priests as al-faqih, which is a word that comes from the Arabic. And it says, those terms are inappropriate because they are moriscos, right? Is the Spanish word for what happens to the converts from Islam to Christianity. And the Islamic history, hundreds of years of Islamic history in Iberia. So it is using the terms that are very, very familiar to Spaniards, to conquistadors, the terms of the Reconquista, right? Of the Christian crusade against Islam that was framed not as a war over territory, but as a reconquering, right? And that gets transposed. So he says he should have called them temples, he should have called them priests. And then he says, but he's still a pretty good interpreter because he knows Nahuatl pretty well. And so to me, it was mind-blowing that this scribe, after this entire text, took a full folio, a full page, to tell us what he thought was a problem, and that the central problem was one of translation and of accuracy in translation. What happened to the codex, I propose that the codex is basically the result of 3 translations. And I am interested in the early modern meaning of the word translation that has a double meaning that has been lost today. One means to turn something from one language into another. But the other one means to take something from one place to another. Translatio, to take from place to place. And in the first dictionary of any European vernacular, which is Covarrubias 1611 Dictionary of Spanish, he gives those 2. And early English dictionaries have the same. And so guided by this notion, I started thinking of the Mendoza as in 3 movements or 3 translations. And in this, I was very interested in Halley's interest in movement, and in movement between manuscript and print, and movement from place to place, because this is central to this story. So in the book, I argue that the very making of the Mendoza is a result of numerous translations, moving from pictorial Aztec pistography to an oral register that I haven't even talked about yet, but I'd be delighted to talk about, to written, from Nahuatl to Spanish, from a writing system that is pictorial to one that is alphabetic, but also in cultural meanings, because pre-contact practices are translated according to colonial interpretations. And this is done by the indigenous painters first and foremost. They're very specific in what they present as a history of the Aztec empire. There's so little about religion, for example. It's like, yeah, we're not going to talk about that, right? There was nothing more flammable, literally, in Mexico City at this time than speaking of religion. So the indigenous painters are already choosing how to frame the indigenous past in a way that is powerful and serves their purposes for the indigenous present. And the Spanish interpreters and writers are also translating, so that it's all these incredible layers of translation that produce a manuscript, but that also we need to take into account when we interpret it, right? We cannot see it as a sort of open, transparent window through which we can glimpse a past. It is a window that shows us some things through that crystal, right? That colors it, that refracts it, that changes it. And that is something that is very important to consider. That was the first translation. The second translation is a physical one. And the Codex Mendoza was made for export. It was made to be sent to Spain. And in this, it is not alone. It is part of a wave of incredible creativity, incredible production of manuscripts by indigenous painter scribes, working often with Franciscan missionaries in creating these manuscripts that were created to be sent to Spain. And so the three that I show you in the bottom are all produced within a Franciscan context expressly for export. The Mendoza is distinctive in this. It is the only one that is not involving missionaries. And this has been, how to say, so unusual that I think the scholarship has really had a hard time letting go of that and really been like, surely there was a friar somewhere, right? And I mean, you know, I don't want to laugh at the incredible scholarship that has been made on this manuscript that has made my work even possible, but the insistence that there has to be a missionary somewhere, I think we have to let go of. I think that the manuscript very clearly tells us that this was done in a very different context, and I'm happy to talk more about it. But it was part of these objects that were made to be sent away. And it is one of the earliest of them. It is one of the most detailed in providing this view of is the world as seen from Tenochtitlan. It's like that New Yorker cartoon of the world seen from Manhattan. It starts with Tenochtitlan, and everything is about Tenochtitlan, right? It's not providing, for example, the Florentine Codex is made in Tlatelolco, and it's really like the world as seen from Tlatelolco. The Relación de Michoacán is made in Michoacán, and it really has a Purépecha view of the world. They are each written from a place. Part of why it's so important is because we have a wealth of early colonial manuscripts. We have, per the sort of standard census, about 400 early colonial manuscripts, but we have about 15 pre-Hispanic. 400 after the conquest, about 15. And that is because they were persecuted and destroyed as part of the work of conquistadors and missionaries. I'm showing you an illustration by an unknown artist in a manuscript produced around 1585 that tells the history of the conquest as seen from Tlaxcala, the Tlaxcalteca view, in which they are the great heroes. And this shows a scene of something that happened after the conquest. We see in the drawing 2 men in Franciscan garb setting fire to what the text describes as the clothing and books and apparel of the idolatrous priests. So the reason we have so few pre-Hispanic codices is because they were savagely destroyed. And so the importance of these early colonial ones is in part as a result of that. So the Codex Mendoza is made in this intricate way. It is telling the view of the world from Tenochtitlan. It is made to be sent to Spain. But then something really interesting happens, which is, and here we go to its second translations, its physical translations. It's made in Mexico around 1540s. Somehow, we don't know how, it ends up in Paris, perhaps around 1553, where a man by the name of André Tevet, who was at one point a royal cosmographer. He had been part of a failed French mission to Brazil. He was a prolific author on works on the Americas. He owned it. He signed it in 5 different places. And we don't know how he got it. It seems that at some point he suggests there were pirates involved. But everything with Tevet you have to read with some, he was a very good storyteller. Then from Tevet it goes to Richard Hakluyt. By 1587, so Richard Hakluyt, one of the great compilers of travel narratives and promoters of English colonial ventures, imagined at that point more than realized in North America. From there, by 1616, to Samuel Purchas, another great compiler of travel narratives and promoter of English voyages. And then, after Purchas's death, to John Selden, the great jurist and one of the architects of naval law, designed precisely to frame certain kinds of colonial expeditions, rights to waters, and one of the great collectors, maybe you're familiar with Selden's map of China. He had a very, very wide collection of manuscripts, and after his death, the library passed to the Bodleian Library in Oxford. So basically, the Codex Mendoza, this manuscript, passed through sort of a who's who of European writers about a globalizing world and theorists and sponsors of imperialism. It is said to be rediscovered in the very late 1820s by Edward King, Viscount Kingsborough, and we will get to that later. And this word rediscovered made me think of Yolanda's manuscript. I would say that it is normally described in the literature as rediscovered, and when I went to see at Oxford and I asked the curator, what does it mean that it was rediscovered? With great self-control, this is, I think I could just imagine something less control under the skin. He said, we never lost it, right? And I am completely convinced, of course, the library held it, the librarians knew it was there. What rediscovered means is not that it was lost. but that we don't know that anyone paid any attention to it, right? That people didn't look at it. I think it's really interesting to think what it means for the manuscript to be lost and rediscovered, because as I will show, unlike your manuscript, this manuscript had a very long and rich life in print, while the manuscript was in the bowels of the library. And I'll just say that as a historian of the early modern world, one of the ideas that I was sort of raised with was that collections, like cabinets of curiosities, like libraries, are places of knowledge production. And part of what has been so interesting in looking at this indigenous manuscript is that that idea doesn't really work for indigenous objects. It works for certain kinds of objects, natural history objects, but for indigenous objects, collections and libraries were not, in the early modern period, places of knowledge production. They're places to hold objects and to make them mean many, many different things that had much more to do with the collectors and the authors than with the objects. And that's what I will spend the rest of my time on. Because while it was, I don't know, I don't want to even use the word lost even with quotation marks, while it was deep in the Bodleian, and we have, it's such an interesting sort of, how to say, gestalt shift, because it's always talked of as held and then rediscovered. And it is in, when Selden's collection of manuscripts was cataloged, I assume there are catalogers here, yes? So it was manuscript Selden A1, right? And when the catalog of the Bodleian is published, it is mentioned in print. So the catalogers and the librarians knew exactly where it was, and it was in the Selden wing, and here's where maybe you and my students come together, because if you've seen any of the Harry Potter movies, the library in those movies is the Selden wing of the Bodleian Library. So it was there, right? A new, like a purpose-built, wonderful place to hold Selden's collection, of which this was manuscript A1. But while it was in the library, and we really have no evidence of anyone looking at it between 1625 and 1820, so for 200 years, it had its third kind of movement or translation through publication, because Samuel Purchas included it in, as part of his 1625 Hakluytus Posthumus, or Purchas, his Pilgrims, the Pilgrims as it is known. And Andreas, I was thinking of you, or your paper was making me think of this title page, because he defies your curve. I think I have a detail of the engraved frontispiece. Oh my God, I can't read it from here. Right? The word world is the leitmotif, right? And below you see the author in what I have come to think of as the global sandwich portrait, literally between the two halves, the two hemispheres of the world. So this idea that a book contains worlds, and that the entire world is presented in the book is central to Purchas and to many of the publications. And in this, I wish he were more concise. Purchase. He is really not. The title page is just the beginning of it. But he reproduced the Mendoza. Well, wait, like, where am I? Okay, here we go. In the third volume, Book 5, Chapter 7, it is the longest chapter in the volume, in a very long work. It extends over 53 pages, and it is by far the most heavily illustrated chapter in the entire publication. And the title of the chapter is The History of the Mexican Nation, described in pictures by the Mexican author, explained in the Mexican language, which expositions translated into Spanish and thence into English, together with the said picture history, are here presented. And my point is not that he's wordy, he sure is, but my point is that he is so attentive to the process of production of the manuscript. He's saying there were some paintings, and then they were made by a Mexican, Mexica, painter, and then they were explained in what he calls the Mexican language, Nahuatl, and then that was translated into Spanish and then written down. And then he pays someone to translate it into English, and he publishes it. So this idea of the many translations and movements that are part of making the manuscript are ones that he is attentive to. And then what he does is, oh wait, I will get to that. Why is purchase publication so important? It's not just because I'm obsessed with the Codex Mendoza. It is so important because the Codex Mendoza was just one of many indigenous manuscripts that were in European collections at the time, just giving you some examples. So multiple manuscripts from, indigenous manuscripts from Mexico were arriving to Europe and circulating as gifts, also stolen, and being held in prominent collections and looked at. But they proved impossible for Europeans to interpret. And I'm going to give you just very quickly 2 examples. So this is the Codex Vienna. It's a Mixtec Onyutsawi manuscript, and it is one of the earliest known to be in Europe before the fall of Tenochtitlan. It was already there. It is believed to be among the first objects that were sent from what is now Mexico to Europe. It is featured in the Museum Wormianum. If you study cabinets of curiosities, you know this book, you know this depiction of Ole Worm's cabinet, and Worm never had it. It was not in his collection, but he was so interested in it that he got from his friend Job Ludolf, who was one of the great scholars of Ethiopia in the 17th century. Ludolf had been in Munich and had seen the codex, and he copied a small section, a small fragment, and sent it to Worm in Copenhagen and said, hey, you and I are both really interested in different ways of writing. I saw this manuscript. I have no idea what it means, but I thought you might like it. And Worm reproduces, or has a woodcut reproducing this segment, this fragment from the Vienna Codex. So these are really interesting objects. These scholars are very, very excited to see them. They're copying them. They're sharing them with their scholar friends. They're reproducing them. Very, very interesting stuff. But when it comes to saying what they are, Worm says, these are Mexican hieroglyphs established with astonishing figures depicted in various colors, okay, from which hardly anyone has deduced anything. So he's like, I have no idea. they have great affinity with certain figures among those that the extremely renowned gentleman Johannes de Laet depicted in Book 5, Chapter 10 of his description of the West Indies. And we will come back to this. So he's saying, these are amazing hieroglyphs. I have no idea what they mean. No one can read them. But this looks like something I saw in another book, right? Like bibliographical detective work happening. Then we have another famous engraving of a curiosity cabinet, that of the Cospi collection in Bologna. And this collection did have a pre-Hispanic manuscript known as the Codex Cospi, and I'm showing you here a facsimile because they would never let me photograph the original like this, but I wanted to show you the screenfold format, right? And the two different sides were painted at different times by different artists, as you can see, just to give you a sense of the physicality of these objects and how different they are from the Codex format that the Mendoza has. So Cospi had this one in his collection, and if very few fragments from it are also included in the publication of the collection. Here it is called a libro mexicano, a Mexican book. Does this have a pointer? Yes. Do you see this one? I am convinced that they chose these of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds because it looks Egyptian, because they are obsessed with the relationship between Egyptian hieroglyphs and indigenous pictography, American indigenous pictography, and they keep calling them hieroglyphs. So, Libro Mexicano, Mexican hieroglyphs, which are most extravagant figures, and for the most part, this depict strangely monstrous men and animals. Okay. What they mean, I do not know, nor do I know of others in Europe who know it, not having yet found anyone who has mentioned them and shed any light on them. It would be a beautiful and curious undertaking for someone else to shed light on the darkness shrouding these literary mysteries not yet explained in Europe. So this to me is incredibly interesting, right? Like, cabinets are places of knowledge production, except when they're not, except when the greatest minds are looking at these indigenous objects and saying, like, I have no idea, these are monsters, they're strange, wouldn't it be great if someone else figured it out? Oh, this is very interesting. So these are the boards that were affixed to the Codex Cospi, and as I hope you can see, there's a palimpsest there, because what is now registered as Libro del México underneath shows the traces, can you guess, do you know, of before having said Libro de la China. Let me see, this, my script didn't show up. Do you see underneath? So at some point they're Egyptian, at some point they're Chinese. And it's not that they don't care, they care. That's why they bother to redo it. And when they figured, oh, no, it's not Chinese, it's Mexican, they corrected it. They desperately want to know, but they just can't do it. The only indigenous manuscript that is legible and widely circulated in Europe before the 1830s is the Codex Mendoza through Purchas's edition. So what Purchas does is translate all the Spanish text into English, have woodcuts made of almost the entire manuscript. It is the first reproduction of an American indigenous manuscript in Europe, 1625. The next one will be 1830, 200 years later, right? So for those 200 years, Purchas's version is the one that everyone reads. And what happens is really interesting, because Purchas publishes this chapter in a work that has thousands of pages, right? I have been talking only about this chapter, but there are 4 volumes, and each of them is about 1,000 pages, right? So unless you're looking for this or reading very closely, you would think people would miss it. but they don't, because between 1625 and 1830, there's 7 additional versions of the Mendoza printed again by a who is who of different approaches to scholarship in Europe. And part of what is so interesting is that I told you that we don't know that anyone looked at the Mendoza for 200 years. So what happens is that we have the original manuscript. Purchase has it. He pays someone to translate. He pays someone to reproduce the woodcuts. And then, poof, right? We don't know that anyone else looks at the Mendoza for 200 years. But what they look like is a Purchase's version. And they use it selectively to write many, and I mean many, different histories in which who the Aztecs are, what pictography is, what it means to have this object, changes depending on the interests and purposes of the author. So I'm quickly running out of time. I'm just going to show you a few of them. Very quickly about Purchase. He never claims it's a facsimile. He's not interested in reproducing the manuscript. What he's interested is in giving 2 sets of information that he sees as separate: indigenous pictography, textual explanation. And this is typographically further, there's a separation that this version does where the materiality of the manuscript is lost so that you don't know who is the author of the text. And even though in the title he tells you a Spanish author wrote this and I am translating it, by the time you are going through the pages and reading this in English and hearing Purchase's voice, his voice becomes the narrative, sort of the loudest one. And very interestingly, one of the running headers in this part is Mexican history in pictures, chronicle without writing. And that to me is super interesting because I showed you the manuscript. There's writing everywhere. Every painting has every glyph glossed. The towns, every time they appear, and there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, the word pueblo is there. Right? Even if a gloss appears hundreds of times. So the writing is incessant, it's excessive. Chronicle without writing. And what this is doing is separating the indigenous pictography from the Spanish writing and saying the indigenous pictography is a book, everything else is a commentary, and forgetting or sort of suturing this, no, it's the opposite of suturing, is separating these 2 elements that in the manuscript are inseparable because they were made to relate to each other to create an indigenous world that is always ancient, is always pictographic, is always without writing, is always in the past, even though this manuscript was made in 1540. It's not an ancient manuscript. And to have the writing always be the European modern versus the indigenous ancient, even though in the manuscript they are together. And I'm just going to, as you can see, now that we can do this, no one for those 200 years could, but now that we can compare a page from the manuscript to a page from the Purchase version, we can see that they're very, very different versions of not of the object, but of the material. So Johannes de Laat, right? The guy that in the Cosby book, it says like, I don't know what these mean, but they remind me of these images that Johannes de Laat published. So Johannes de Laat was a Dutch cartographer, but also one of the founding members of the Dutch West India Company, and a critic of Spanish colonialism and an advocate for Dutch overseas ventures. And he publishes selected images, and by selected I mean like a tiny, tiny, tiny number of them in his History of the New World or description of the West Indies, in which, of course, he has a commercial interest himself. And the view that he gives of this manuscript is extremely different from that of Purchas. He is interested in language, he's interested in translation. You see on the left a table in which he is counting and giving the names of things in Nahuatl. And I think for reasons of time, I'm just going to go there. I'm not going to talk about this, even though it pains me. Kircher, yes? Yes. So Kircher, in his Oedipus Aegyptiacus, in which he does this massive work of trying to reproduce and interpret every Egyptian inscription known to Europeans at the time, part of what the text does is a comparative history of religions, and these are images from the chapter in which he proves that the Aztecs were really descendants of Egyptians, because pyramids, check. The sun and the moon, check. Hieroglyphs, check. I mean, what more evidence do you need? And so, because the origin of indigenous peoples of the America had been a heated and debated topic for 100 years previous, and one of the hypotheses was they're descendant from Egyptians, and so for Kircher, they are. And in his book, he also includes part of Purchas's Mendoza as part of this exploration of Egyptian hieroglyphs. Melchizedek Thévenot, a French author of a collection of voyages. I'm going to go through this very quickly. I'm not going to take you through all 9. Don't be scared. But what I want to show you is on the left, the title page of the segment on the Mendoza in this voluminous collection, the history of the Mexican Empire represented in figures, no writing, right? These are a people, chronicle without writing, people without writing, and as you can see, he actually pays somebody to cut anew the blocks, to cut new blocks based on the Purchas, but there's no writing anywhere. So Purchas had tons of writing that he sort of divorced from the paintings by saying, no, that's just commentary. Melchizedek Thévenot doesn't even include the Spanish. It's all pictorial. All pictorial. And it is not until an entirely different pamphlet after all of this that if you go looking for it, you will find the text. So we see this progressive excision of the textual and pictorial elements of a manuscript that was made precisely to make them inseparable through these publications. I do want to mention very briefly Clavijero, because Clavijero was a Mexican Jesuit who, after the expulsion of the Jesuits from Spanish territories, is in Italy and publishes a book called The Ancient History of Mexico, excavated, I like that very active verb for the writing of history, of the best Spanish historians and from manuscripts. I can't see. And from the ancient paintings of the Indians. So if all the other authors are saying, we don't know what these paintings are, they make no sense, the writing is different, what Clavijero is doing is historiographically revolutionary, and he is very much indebted to Mexican Creole writers who are proposing a new way of writing indigenous history, in which indigenous paintings are some of the most valued sources, combined with European writings, but claiming a role for these sources that had not been proposed with such intensity before. And you see, first he has a section on his sources, right? So he feels so modern as a historian. He's like, here's all the sources I consulted, and he goes through the Spanish writers, and then he goes, the pinture, right? The paintings. And can you see which one is number one? I cannot see from here. La Raccolta di Mendoza, the collection of Mendoza. First time ever, 1780, this name Mendoza is associated to this manuscript. Before, 1550s to 1780, no one ever said this name. And this name is the name of the first Spanish viceroy of Mexico. Ever since, we have called it the Codex Mendoza. I can explain to you why he called it that, maybe later, but it does a very powerful move because it connects the only legible indigenous manuscript in Europe at that time for 150 years to this very, very prominent figure who was the first Spanish viceroy. So it gives it a pedigree that makes it extra credible. And then what he does, so the images on the left are Mexica warrior uniforms, which are beautifully and extremely meticulously detailed in the Mendoza. This was a warrior culture, and military uniforms were extremely important. And on the right, Chimali shields. But as you see, he has no interest in the manuscript itself, right? These are glyphs from the Mendoza. So he's interested in what information he can excavate from it, not on the manuscript itself. This is Humboldt. I'm not even going to talk about Humboldt. I really wanted to talk about Clavijero. Humboldt, let's move on. I mean, if I had more time, but then I would keep you here forever. But basically, the story that I am trying to reconstruct is that for 200 years, this was the only indigenous manuscript that was legible and interpretable to Europeans and to many Mexican scholars as well. And that Purchas's version was used to create many multiple histories of the Aztecs, of indigenous peoples, of indigenous pictography, of indigenous civilization, always through this 1625 version. And so this idea of the stability of the object that is so important for art history, I think it's pretty much exploded through this case study. Sort of the ontological, right? The idea that this is one thing and maybe a portion chips and we restore it and we conserve it and that's what matters, is destroyed by this story where what the object is always being translated, is always being reinvented, and the object is not even present for these 200 years until the Antiquities of Mexico. That word, antiquities, so interesting for an object that was made in 1540. But the very first one is the Codex Mendoza, the collection of Mendoza. And very quickly, I just want to show you how we get it in color after 200 years, right? It's the first time that, there was color, who knew? An incredible project that involved having the Italian artist Agostino Alio do this. You guys were talking about what it's like to visit collections, and you need the visa, and you need the funding. So Kingsborough spent all of his money sending Alio around from library to library to trace the manuscripts, and then publishing this multi-volume, gigantic lithographic collection that broke him. He died in debtor's prison. He totally, this is really a history of bibliomania till the death. It really is. But I want to show you, we get the Mendoza in color, and as you can see, Alio did an incredible work of trying to reproduce a color. This is the original tracings of many of these survive at the British Museum. And yes, it's not perfect, but there is clearly a lot of attention to many things. At the very top, you see André TV, Cosmographe du Roi. Right there is where he signed it in 1553 or thereabouts. But of course, we know that this vision of the Mendoza is a very specific one. It's one where this is a chronicle without writing, where there's no text. And this is the first image in volume 1 of a 9-volume, and the text does not come till the first volume of text, which is later, and for almost every other source, is what other writers have written. This is the only one that has a text this long. And so that presence is gone. So this history of reproducing and reinterpreting continues till this day. I'm showing you here the landing page of the digital Mendoza. I call this a website that changed my life. It really did. It was published in 2014 as a collaboration between the Bodleian and the National Institute of History and Anthropology in Mexico, which called it a digital repatriation. 2014, 10 years ago, a digital repatriation. So where these objects are is a very important question. What names we give them is another important question. And this is a story of reinvention that continues till this day. Thank you very much.
So we'll manage the Q&A the same way that we did during the New Scholars Program. Please raise your hand, and I will call on members of the audience, or Professor Bleismar, you can do that. And I'm actually going to ask the first question because I have a mic in my hand.
And you
really
have earned
your
it.
talk, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the loss of color in the woodcuts and what exactly it is in terms of meaning that we lose in the black and white images, and if you have seen any copies of the Purchases Pilgrims that has color applied, and what that might indicate as well.
Oh, yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Because the color matters so much. So different colors have different meanings in indigenous painting, as they do in every tradition of painting. And am I back to my first slide? Or is this just, yeah. So that blue, which you see so prevalent, is made from, it's called Maya blue, and it is a color that is used to indicate things that are precious, things that are important, things that are valuable, and what you see going around is year glyphs, is time. So time is so important that each year is colored in blue. Speech can be very important, and so the speech glyphs, and you see it here, there's only one on this man who is labeled Tenoch, who has the speech glyph in blue, and the name for the imperial ruler in the Mexican Empire was a Tlatoani, and that literally means the speaker, the one with the word. So all the Tlatoque are shown with the blue glyph. So there's incredible sort of cultural importance to the colors. And then in terms of the manuscript as a work, not only of information, but as a work of art, I think is incredibly important to how it is seen. I think also the use of color is something that, for me, is what is really interesting of this as an early colonial manuscript, because you see both the use of symbols and of colors in ways that are long-standing and traditional, and we know from the surviving pre-Hispanic codices, but also from mural paintings and from other forms. But you also see innovation. You also see, I don't know if you can see here, but you see the introduction of shading, for example, to show volume and drapery in fabric, and that is a European pictorial practice, not an indigenous one. And so you start seeing the beginning of this pictorial bilingualism that these indigenous artists have, where they have multiple idioms at their disposal and they can select elements from both. So all of that is lost, the sort of symbolic elements, artistic elements, and also clues to historical interpretation all disappear. I have never seen a copy of the purchase that is colored, so if anyone ever sees one, please tell me. I don't know, I would put money on it that there isn't. I don't think this is part of the concern at this time, and I think it becomes part of the concern in the 1830s in a different way. Thank you, that's a great question. There's a hand here.
That was a wonderfully rich paper, almost too much to process at once. I have a question less about the bibliographic or artistic part of your talk than the historical part. I was really fascinated when you talked about colonial reinterpretation of the history of indigenous peoples, because I was in Australia about 6 months ago at some academic conferences where that's the very subject as a part of what they call the history wars in Australia, about the difference between what was history as told by the colonial settlers and what is now going on from the perspective of indigenous peoples. Do you consider that comparative part?
And let me just, I'm gonna follow on. I kept thinking about losing the words was a way of kind of savaging this people and uncivilizing. And I was also thinking about the paintings in the churches in Cusco, where you've got the Catholic imagery, but with the faces and bodies of the indigenous people. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. This is the entire field of 16th century Mexican studies, pretty much, incredibly important. So, I mean, I guess one way to come at it is that the situation in 16th century Mexico is very different from the situation in other places where indigenous people are being subjected to war and colonial invasion. In Mexico, the indigenous population is always at the heart, and demographically is always present and is always a central part of the elites, of the power, of the culture. So there is, of course, terrible loss, but we also have a level of evidence for indigenous lives in 16th, 17th century Mexico that we don't have everywhere. And the question of what happens when you have indigenous cultures, which often is reduced to indigenous culture, but there are many cultures, many languages, many traditions, and Spanish ones has been central to the history of cultural transformation in early colonial Mexico. And basically, you have these objects that combine different elements to different degrees at different moments in time, depending on when they're made, who makes them, for whom they make them, what purpose they're doing. So to say that hybridity is here is almost pointless in the sense that there's no purity before the Spaniards arrive. It is always a polyglot, multicultural, indigenous world, and it continues to be polyglot and multicultural with different pressures, for sure. But where the mixing of elements is so omnipresent and so central that to say these things are mixed is like, and so part of what is interesting to me is that there is this tremendous destruction of Tenochtitlan, more so than of other places. The great metropolises get attacked with a virulence that is particular and is specific. And the city is razed, the temples are set on fire, the manuscripts are burned. I said that we have about 15 manuscripts. We have 4 that are Maya, and the other, and the other 6 and 5 are either Mixtec or from the Puebla-Tlaxcala region. We don't know for certain of a single manuscript from Tenochtitlan surviving, right? Like, this is the most powerful empire in Mesoamerica at the time, and we don't know that a single manuscript survived. But we have hundreds of manuscripts that are made after by different authors in different contexts about their history. And so we have many, many versions of history, and what is particularly interesting and rich is that you see how the indigenous authors, like the Spanish, English, Dutch, Italian authors, are writing the stories that best suit their purposes, that are most convincing to them, where who did what when is always being presented in ways that are very, they're writing pasts that are useful for the present, always. And so you have all of these amazing sources to read against each other and to try to excavate. The question of divorcing the writing, so first printing press, well, first university in the Americas is the Indigenous College of Tlatelolco, 1536, 1539, right? 100 years before the first university in what is now the US. First printing press, 1539. So this is a society that is highly literate in many languages and in different scripts from very, very early on. There's always writing. Sometimes it's pictorial, sometimes it's alphabetic. The move of saying indigenous people are people without writing is definitely a power move that has very specific connotations. And with some indigenous people is, as I think you said to me, what was your exact way? Savaging, to make them appear savage. With the Mexica, it's complicated because the sacrifice is always described as savage idolatry. But every other element, they're not savages. They are described as having orden y buen gobierno. They're described as being incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, incredible warriors. Both indigenous and Spanish sources are always talking about the bravery of these warriors and the amazing feats that they conducted in the history, super dramatic history of the conquest. So it's not that they're never savages, but they're ancient. And so this is one of the things that interests me in the book at a time when the writing of history is being reinvented in Europe, what it means to make some people always ancient. Tenochtitlan was established in 1325, and its fall is in 1521. So they're never ancient, ever, right? It's not that they are ancient and then they remain, it's that they are made, they're anciented, yeah. I don't think it's savagery. I think it's like, the Florentine Codex starts with these images of the Mexica pantheon, and they're inscribed another Hercules, another Jupiter. So they're made ancient like the Greeks and the Romans are ancient, which is a good way to be ancient, but they're kept always ancient. And so by the 18th century, this displacement of like faraways long ago, has a very different political valence because it's no longer they're like the Greeks and Romans, it's like they're always in the past. It becomes closer to later evolutionary models where different societies are considered to be contemporaneous but in different moments.
I'm afraid that's all we have. Well, Caroline, you're in charge. What do you want to do?
You have to.
Thank you, Daniela. That was great. My question is about the binding of the manuscript.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you could tell something about it. And I know the Cosby manuscript was rebound.
Yeah.
And so it's another form of translation, right? And did the same thing happen to the
I should have known, and I should have brushed up. There, I depend entirely on the codicological work of the curators at the Bodleian, who did this very deep study in the 80s when it was unbound and rebound. So it's very interesting because if you look at the manuscript today, it is believed that it has existed in the same form since the 17th century, and it is bound with some ancient some tables about ancient currency, about coins, about money, which have nothing to do with this, right? Like you're reading this and then it ends, and then you keep turning the pages, and then there's all these columns of currency conversions, basically. So the current binding is believed to have been done at some point after it arrived in Europe. And the curator, Bruce Barker Mansfield, who wrote about this, also noticed that the initial pages, you can see that they were folded in 4, right? Like the entire manuscript. Sorry. Somebody did this, right? Which is, but long before, and so there's this question like, oh, is that where pirates get involved? I don't know, these pirates, man. I don't know. But it was made in Europe, so it is not original, which makes total sense. I mean, part of my interpretation, as I think you saw, is that this is not an illustrated, it's not like a written book with illustrations. It's rather a copiously annotated portfolio of paintings, right? Like that's how we need to see this, right? These were paintings that were then annotated, and which is, the reverse of how later manuscripts in colonial Mexico were made.
Thank you.
You need to read Bruce's work, basically. I'll just repeat what he wrote, yeah. There's a question here.
Erin will be back in just a minute, but I just want to say personally how nice it was for me having an art history background to see how art history can work with bibliography to really inform each other. So that was a real delight for me.
There was a question here.
Oh, there is. Are we still doing questions, Erin, or?
Yeah, we're going to have to start the meeting. I'm sorry.
Oh.
But thank you.
Thank you. well, I was going to start my remarks by saying that we're going to stick to a tight schedule so that you can enjoy a longer reception after the meeting. So I'm going to try to be brief. Just a comment about where we are meeting this year. This is a larger convention center than where we welcomed you last year. This was a decision we made so that more of you could come, and I'm really thrilled to see so many people in attendance today. So 2023 was an extraordinary fundraising year with the successful endowment of the Dorothy Wesley Porter Fellowship. Yes. Never had the Society led such an ambitious fundraising campaign, and never has our fundraising goal been met so quickly. As a matter of fact, we surpassed our goal and were able to also secure funding for a Porter New Scholar Award, and you just heard the first recipient of this award, Yolanda McKee. Who was also a recipient of a blank award. Her award was a joint one. Such a success would not have been possible without Lisa Baskin's lead gift and her work on behalf of BSA. So thank you so much, Lisa. And it has also been a pleasure to work with Lisa. And we are also grateful to an anonymous donor for their generous match of Lisa Leeds' gift, and to all the BSA members, many included in this room and online, who supported this effort. I would also like to thank Bruce and Mary Crawford and Barbara Scheller, who were the first sponsors of the Dorothy Porter Wesley Fellowship. Yes, we did it, and to all of you, I say, let's do it again. In addition to the Porter Wesley New Scholar Award, we are grateful to the anonymous donors who have funded two other awards named to honor Jacob Blank and D.F. Mackenzie, and you heard about those earlier. Ali Nell Swenson was the first recipient of the D.F. Mackenzie New Scholar Award, and again, Yolanda McKee was the first recipient also of a Blank Award. As you can see, and I hope you will agree with me, the New Scholars Program enlivens bibliographical conversations, and we are delighted to see these awards broadening the range of scholarship presented in the program. The William Mitchell Prize, the Catherine Panther Fellowships and New Scholar Award, the Malkin New Scholar Award, all these grants have been established in perpetuity through generous donations and bequests, like the Porter Fellowship and New Scholar Award. Bequests to the Society make an enormous difference in our organization, and it's easier to do than you might think by joining the Margaret B. Stilwell Legacy Society. If you would like more information or are interested in becoming a member of the Stilwell Society, please do come speak with me or Erin after the meeting. And I am very grateful to an anonymous individual who joined this year the Society. Welcome. I would also like to thank our donors who are providing continuous support for the fellowship program: the Pine Tree and the Peck Stackpole Foundations, the St. Louis Mercantile Library, and William Reese Company. It is only thanks to our donors that the BSA can offer such a large range of fellowships. 2023 was also a very successful fundraising year for the BSA Annual Fund. Thank you to all who participated in the campaign and helped us surpass our goal of $37,000 by over $10,000. And you will shortly hear more about this from Scott Clemens. Finally, I would like to thank the 17 booksellers who are sponsoring and helping with the annual meeting.
So these thank yous may sound like mere politeness, but they are not. What I have learned during my tenure as BSA president is that the generosity of our members, whatever the level of their contribution, is essential to sustain the society, its programs, and its growth. It is a form of participation and a vote of confidence in BSA's works, which is extremely meaningful. The work of BSA's officers and council members is just as essential as the support of our members. One of the projects that we have focused on this year is the establishment of a new strategic framework for the society to better communicate our work to our constituency and help determine the society's priorities. This project came out of a project funded by the Dalmas and Pine Tree Foundations to develop a 21st century communication strategy to help us succeed in fulfilling our mission of fostering the study of material text. We are in the final stages of putting the finishing touches on the new BSA website, and we'll start using Instagram to spread the good word later this year. I also encourage you to look at BSA's first printed annual report, which is on a display on the table here, if you haven't received your copy in the mail, introducing BSA's strategic pillars, which was the result of our work. And I have a big announcement to make, and I have now, I left it in my bag, but I just received, before this meeting, a flash drive from John Friedman, which is the accomplishment of 4 years of work on the Policy and Procedures Manual. This was the work chaired by John Friedman, as members of the working group, Alice Schreier, Irene Tischner, John Bidwell, and David Vandermeulen. Thank you very much. "436 pages, no excuse to find information on the workings of the society." This year, council members Maria Victoria Fernandez, Adam Hooks, Tom Goldwasser, and Nick Wilding are rotating off. Thank you very much for your work on various projects, including the land acknowledgement, BSA publications, and the ACLS Humanities ebook project. John McQuillan, BSA secretary, is also rotating off. John's contribution to the society went well beyond taking minutes, which, by the way, were excellent, and I know what I'm talking as a former BSA secretary. Thank you, John, for having been an active member of the executive committee and of the leadership team, and for your work on the land acknowledgement. Scott Clements, BSA treasurer, is also rotating off. Scott has been a pillar of the society for 16 years, and I mean it. Not only has he ensured that the society always had a balanced budget, which is no feat, he has provided generous and valuable advice for which many presidents and other officers are extremely grateful. Today, we would like to thank him for his contributions to the society with a certificate of appreciation. So. Thank you very much to all of you for your work on behalf of BSA. Finally, this is my last meeting as BSA president. It has been an honor and a pleasure to serve the society and to work with so many great members. I have learned so much. A special thanks to Erin, our executive director, whose tireless and energetic work and commitment to the society has made so much possible. I know the society is in good hands. And now I'm turning to our Vice President, Megan Pacer, who will discuss other key developments of 2023. Thank you.
Halito. I want to take a moment to acknowledge some of the essential work that our committees have done in the past year, knowing that I cannot possibly acknowledge all of their caring labor in the time that I have. First, a big thank you to outgoing Chair Ashley Cataldo and the Events Committee, who organized more than 10 events in 2023, serving over 1,400 registered attendees using a combination of in-person, hybrid, and virtual formats. These events ranged in topic from pedagogy to new directions in bibliographical methodologies to practical discussions of librarianship and book selling. Some of the virtual event recordings can be found on BSA's YouTube page, and our YouTube page is also now packed with educational and instructional videos created with funding from the PEC Stackpool Content Creator Grant. These videos, which are made by members, are hands-on virtual examples of collating hand-pressed books and identifying handmade paper. They bring BSA into direct contact with field training and with classrooms. Financially, the BSA is under mindful and exceptional leadership. Our audit committee is preparing for the 2023 fiscal year audit, and the investments committee has watched over and ensured an increase in our investments funds. Our development committee has, as Caroline mentioned, and Scott will tell us more, brought in significant funds. The Publication Committee, under the leadership of Derek Spires and Rachel Hendrick, is looking to new directions in publishing bibliographical monographs and considering the ways that BSA can and should participate in supporting publication in the field in other ways, such as through book subventions. Thanks to the hard work of our editors, Sarah and Jesse, the beautiful PBSA redesign has launched, and the journal currently boasts 486 institutional subscribers and 685 member subscribers. The Digital Strategies Working Group has their hands full, as noted, with the website redesign under works. BibSite is growing, making 179 resources available open access, and bibliographyweek.org has had over 2,000 hits in the last 3 months. Our Fellowships Committee reviewed dozens of applications to carefully award our excellent crop of recipients this year. These fellowships and work, scholarship, and publication that come from them perhaps illustrate some of the greatest impact that BSA has in a material way today. As organizations, institutions, and booksellers strive to hold to their missions in an economy that increasingly must value survival, the work this committee does to put money directly into the hands of our forward-looking bibliography scholars to support their commitment to infusing the field with the brightest ideas and most creative people is surely more important than ever. The new Scholar Committee as well has faced the difficult decisions as a class of eminently qualified burgeoning thinkers brought their knowledge to our doorstep. The promising future of this year's new scholars is a testament not only to their own work, but to the attention that this committee puts forth to show that BSA is a catalyst for growth in the field. This committee made essential changes to the application process this year, allowing applicants to self-identify as new to bibliography, helping to ensure that scholars of varying career paths are seen. I want to extend an unending gratitude to Barbara Heritage, who we're all missing tonight, who has led this committee through these changes and is rotating off this year. Our nominating committee gathered to think of our future and curated the slate that you all voted on this month. Bringing council members and leaders forward from our active membership is no small or easy task, and I'm ever grateful for their attention to the ways that we can all bring our gifts together to serve our larger goals. Nina Muskinsky and Dave Solo and the Liaisons Committee continue to bring BSA panels, gatherings, and opportunities to partner organizations year-round. They organized the invigorating panel on Wednesday night at the Center for Book Arts, and Jean-Marie Musto brought us the wonderful Chinese book culture and art historical context event earlier this week. Thanks to our liaisons, BSA has a presence at ASICS, RSA, and ABA book fairs, and thanks to John Garcia, our liaison to American Antiquarian Society, BSA now offers a scholarship for first-time attendees to the Program for the History of the Book and American Culture Summer Seminar. Our membership committee is led by Charlotte Priddle, who I think is still out in the hall, who has worked with multiple committees to help support member programming. They coordinate reports on our progress towards achieving our goals in our EAP, which are published quarterly, and PBSA. Not a single committee has worked this year to create program without moving forward with the membership committee as part of their support. And we never forget that serving our members in the joy of bibliography is what brings us all together again and again, even in busy seasons, even in bad weather. It's been an honor to work with our chairs this year. We strive to work under the principles of compassionate accountability. We need each other. We need honest boundaries. We need grace when life takes over. And we need forthright requests for additional support. I want to thank and broadcast my admiration for every time our chairs this year have said to me, no, or I need more help, or I need more people. Community care is the way forward, and I'm so glad that I get to be in community with all of you. To our outgoing chairs, I cannot thank you enough. I hope you'll stay in touch. And to our incoming chairs, welcome aboard. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am John McQuillan with my final Secretary's Report. Membership in the Society in 2023 numbered 685 individual members, including 139 emerging members, 356 partner, 78 sustaining, 34 leadership, 9 advancing, 63 lifetime, and 5 honorary members. The Society was not aware of the death of any member in 2023. However, we recently learned of the death of Thomas Bird, a lifetime member, who passed away in December of 2022. We offer a moment's silence in his honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you all. My name is Scott Clemens. This is my final report as your treasurer, and I'm very pleased that it is a good one. Starting with some numbers behind the extraordinary generosity that you learned of when Cynthia Gibson introduced the new scholars earlier today and in Caroline's presidential report as well. I would present to you as a treasurer's report a very short story in 3 acts: where our money comes from, where our money goes, and how much is left when it stops coming and going. Act 1, where our money comes from, is this slide that you see in front of you, our sources of funds. It is delightful that that very large green Pac-Man-shaped slice of the pie, and I know I'm dating myself with that reference, represents contributions and grants to the Society over the fiscal year ended in September of 2023. When I put this data together, and she can back me up on this, I actually emailed Aaron and said, can you confirm these numbers? Because I've never seen numbers like this before. And you've heard them between the Dorothy Porter Wesley Fund, with a lead gift that Lisa made, additional grants from the Peck Stackpole Foundation, the Delmas Foundation, the Pine Tree Foundation, thank you Sylvia and George Ong, the New Scholars Fund. I cannot think of a better proof statement for the viability and the success of our society than our ability to attract this kind of support. That supports our mission both now and into the future. Act 2, where our money goes. We are, of course, a 501c3 not-for-profit organization, and accounting standards require us to break our spending down into 3 very broad categories. First of all, general overhead expenses, keeping the lights on and the trains running, if you will. That was 28% of last fiscal year's spending. Fundraising was only 6% of spending last year, and so delightfully, another maybe slightly or open-mouthed Pac-Man, programs, which includes all the things that we do, publications, events, gatherings, all this, the papers, all those things, 2/3 of our spending. I am confident that that percentage will actually grow in the years to come as the generosity that we've already talked about begins to generate more program funding. Act 3, our balance sheet. We are, at least in an economic sense, a relatively simple organization. The vast majority of our assets are endowed funds, which ended the year, the fiscal year, at a little over 3.6 million. That is a record level by far. And again, that is the fuel that supports the pursuit of our mission into the future. There's not much else on the balance sheet other than bills we've received and haven't yet paid because they just came in. Those are accrued liabilities, and those things are relatively minor. So I thank you for paying attention, and I thank you as well for supporting the organization at whatever level you do. I guarantee that your investment in the future of bibliography will have a positive return. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Somebody's phone is here. Somebody leave a phone here? Oh. Hello, I'm Joan Friedman, Chair of the Audit Committee. Last year at this time, I reported to you about a number of unusual delays in the preparation of our 2021 and 2022 financial statements due to the adoption of better controls over our bookkeeping and review processes, along with the onboarding of new auditors and a new bookkeeping firm. At that time, the changes were all in place, and the 2022 financials were about to be reviewed. I'm happy to report all positive progress since then. The Audit Committee received the 2022 review report in June of 2023 and met with the auditors, Huntsman Weeble of Charlottesville, Virginia, on June 22nd. The report was a clean one, and after a few minor editorial changes suggested by the committee, the report, together with IRS Form 990 and New York State Char 500 form, was circulated to Council. Following no questions or comments in return, these reports were finalized and the IRS and New York State forms were filed online. For fiscal year 2023, and remember our fiscal year now ends on September 30th, we were scheduled for a full audit rather than simply a review. In late August, just a month before the end of our fiscal year, we were notified by Huntsman Weeble that despite a long pending application, their firm still had not received certification from the state of New York and would therefore be unable to perform our audit. They recommended to us the firm of Dermody, Burke & Brown of Syracuse, New York, with whom they and we had worked over the past 2 years for certification of our prior 2 reviews. I spoke with Shannon Nelson, the partner at Dermody, Burke & Brown we had worked with before, and she confirmed that her firm would be able to accept the job of our fiscal 23 audit. The Audit Committee met on September 6th and confirmed the choice of DBB for our 2023 audit, and the firm was engaged. By all accounts, the audit work was extremely efficient with good coordination among BSA staff, the bookkeeping accountants at Charity CFO that we've been using for a couple of years now, and the staff of Dermody, Burke & Brown. From my point of view, this audit was the smoothest and most efficient we have experienced in my tenure, which is, I think, now over a decade, thanks to the excellent condition of our books and procedures. Please be sure to thank Erin McGurl for all of her efforts in the overhauling and rationalization of our bookkeeping. This was not easy work, and she is to be commended for insisting that improvements be implemented. The 2023 audit was completed in early January of this year, and the Audit Committee met last Friday with representatives from DBB and Charity CFO for a presentation of their reports, including the financial statements and IRS Form 990. They reported an entirely smooth process for a clean audit with no adjustments affecting the bottom line required during the course of the audit. This means that all of the financial information flowing throughout the year was accurate and suitable for decision-making purposes. Because we had a full audit this year, this clean opinion provides us the highest level of assurance that our financial reporting is in good shape. I'm going to skip things that Scott already said. Just add that the committee is now working with DBB to finalize these reports and effecting the required filings with the IRS and the state of New York. My thanks to the members of the committee, Tad Bomer, Scott Clemens, Mary Crawford, Tom Goldwasser, Mark Samuels-Lassner, and Ken Soner for all of their work, a little bit extra this year, and to Shannon Nelson of Dermody Burke and Brown, and most especially to Erin McGurl. Thank you.
The Mitchell Prize for Research on British Periodicals was endowed to honor William L. Mitchell, former librarian at the Kenneth Spencer Research Library at the University of Kansas, where he was curator of the Richmond P. and Marjorie N. Bond collection of 18th century British newspapers and periodicals, and of the Edmund Curl collection. The prize serves as encouragement to scholars engaged in bibliographical scholarship on 18th century periodicals published in English or in any language, including indigenous languages, within the British Isles, its colonies, former colonies, and occupied territories, including those in North America, Australia, the Caribbean, South Africa, and modern-day Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. I have chaired this committee twice, and it has been a joy of bibliography to read such innovative and interesting new work being produced on this topic, and also to work with my committee members and get to enjoy their diligence, and as one would expect from 18th century people, their conviviality. So in that 18th century spirit, I do have some macaron for our winner who's here today. I tried to pick the most 18th century flavors, including one called Marie Antoinette, and I'm not sure that that is a flavor you want to taste, but we'll see. We selected both a winner and an honorable mention. Our winner is here, so I will start actually with our honorable mention, which goes to Dr. Hazel Wilkinson, Senior Lecturer, 18th Century Literature, Department of English, University of Birmingham, for her work, The Complete Spectator, a Bibliographical History, which was published in Joseph Addison Tercentenary Essays, edited by Paul Davis, Oxford University Press, 2021. Wilkins' essay surveys every collected edition of The Spectator published in the first 100 years after the periodical's original publication, and the accompanying catalog contains bibliographical descriptions, including collations of 79 editions, accounting for over 600 volumes. The essay situates The Spectator in the context of the historical development of scholarly editing, book illustration, and periodical culture. It aims also to function as a resource for future scholarship on The Spectator and the periodical more widely. And this year's Mitchell Prize goes to Dr. Kelly Plant for her 2023 Wayne State dissertation, Death Writing, Gender and Necropolitics in the Atlantic World, 1660 to 1840. Dr. Plant's work explores life writing through its underworld of, quote, death writing. She examines death notices, newsprint epitaphs, posthumous memoirs, book reviews, and collected works. Specifically, she argues that the newsprint obituary consolidated these forms' functions into one genre to convey news of death with instant biography. Her work dives most deeply bibliographically into Gentleman's Magazine, where she examines the editor's use of their own obituaries to create the dominant death writing system of the Atlantic world, and editors' use of the first newsprint death notices of African individuals, including Ignatia Sancho and Sarah Bartman, for their own agenda. Ultimately, her work shows how the obituary form as we know it today was pioneered by editors/printers/authors in order to build their highly sustainable brand with circulation, as Samuel Johnson puts it in his obituary of the magazine's founding editor, Edward Cave, wherever the English language is spoken. So with that, congratulations to Dr. Plant.
All right, good afternoon. Every year, the BSA funds a number of fellowships to promote inquiry and research in books and other textual artifacts in both traditional and emerging formats. I'm here to announce this year's slate of recipients whose names and project titles appear behind me. Please note that there will be 2 slides. These awardees will use the financial support of their fellowships to fund travel and research within the field of bibliography. These fellowships are awarded through the work of the BSA Fellowship Committee, and I would like to thank the committee's members for volunteering their time and expertise to the work of supporting new scholarship. I would also like to thank and recognize the Peck Stackpole Foundation, the Pine Tree Foundation of New York, the William Rees Company, the Mercantile Library, and the many donors who gave to support the Dorothy Porter Wellesley and Caxton Club Awards. Please note that we are actively seeking donors to support the BSA Rare Book School Scholarship. And if you, please speak to Erin McGurl or incoming treasurer Patrick Olson if this sounds like something that you would want to do. Support for BSA's fellowships program is important because it nurtures new bibliographical scholarship and funds bibliographers to do the time and travel-intensive work that bibliography often requires. It also enlivens the field with new perspectives of emerging scholars, as well as the work of bibliographers established in their fields of study. Please join me in congratulating this year's fellows.
Paper, not paper, paper's bibliography, how we're all of our energy is going to really strictly organizing incoming paper that are submitted to us.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Jesse Erickson, and I'm here with Sarah Warner, and we're the editors of the papers of the Bibliographical Society of America. And we are incredibly grateful to have the opportunity to deliver our brief remarks to the Society's annual meeting. And as we begin our 3rd year in our tenure, I'd just like to express on a personal note how appreciative we are for the support and the encouragement and the collective generosity you all have given us as a truly erudite and collegial community of scholars and professionals. First off, we are thrilled to announce that we are running a full editorial team at the Journal, bringing on over last fall, newly hired reviews editor, Catherine Prater, and a new editorial manager, Dylan Lewis, both of whom are in attendance. Catherine is a PhD candidate at the Institute of English Studies, School of Advanced Study, University of London, as well as a special collections library at Avery Architectural and Fine Arts Library at Columbia University. Her interests are focused on 19th century American printing and the illustration and representation of scientific ideas. Dylan is currently a PhD candidate at the University of Maryland, doing important work at the intersection of bibliography, queer media, and 17th and 18th century English and German literature. And we are fortunate that we're able to expand when we did, because inevitably it'll help us continue building on the momentum that we've been experiencing since we started putting plans into motion to expand the range of the journal's bibliographical coverage while establishing newly documented and professionalized procedures for the journal's workflows. And some of these documents are viewable through the links found here on the BSA website. And as of January 2024, we are encouraged that we have been getting a healthy level of submissions with a good balance of articles and notes and reviews, as well as in the New Reflections category. These submissions have covered a range of topics from the more familiar, like Hee-Jin Kim's revision and duplication in early plays, to growth areas in the field, like Whitney Trittian's What is a Fragment? And to help in this endeavor, we've likewise expanded the journal's advisory board, bringing on the board's second of 3 cohorts under our tenure. The board is as currently constituted. Expertise covers such disciplines as Africana studies, Anglophone America, Black print culture, early America, early modern Europe, indigenous studies, Latin American studies, of course, Shakespeare studies, women and gender studies, Victorianism, and various other areas of research. So now I'll hand it off to my co-editor, Sarah.
So one of the joys about editing a journal is you never know quite what year it is. So this is a report about things that we did in 2023, but in fact, I'm here to tell you about what's going to be happening in 2024, because we have done a lot of this work already. So a little bit of a preview. We've got a lot of great stuff for you. I wanted to show you the new theme for next year's covers is type, which gives us a lot of options, and we're peaking now at the March cover, which is of some bronze type from the late Joseon period, held by the National Museum of Korea. And as a side note, huge thank you for anybody who works at any sort of library or other sorts of museum institution that makes great high-quality digital images available for fair use and under copyright and public domain. You're doing really great and helpful work for bibliographers, among others. I also wanted to mention that with this new volume, volume 118, we're making a couple of slight tweaks to the design. Primarily, we heard and we agreed about the narrowness of margins, so we've worked with the designers and with the printers to increase the size of the margins, which should make it the reading on paper experience a little more friendly than you might have found it initially. Even more exciting, I think, is looking ahead to the incredible content that we have coming up for you all. Articles, there's a lot to be excited about. This is just a peek of what's going to be in the March issue, just the articles. We've got pieces on an 1870 raised type edition of Merchant of Venice, a consideration of how Black bibliographical research can enrich our understanding of formerly enslaved authors, research that builds on an earlier PBSA issue, which is nice to see. And a look at extant shelf marks in the UVA's Rotunda Library. For the June issue, we're very pleased to announce here that we have a special issue coming out on the topic of queer bibliography. It's going to be edited by, guest edited by Malcolm Noble. Did that come up? Yes, it did. And Sarah Pike. This issue draws on papers delivered at last year's Queer Bibliography Symposium in order to explore the theoretical foundations and practical applications in this field of study. We hope that it will provide readers with the necessary degree of both introduction to and sophistication with that is needed to carry on this important conversation on how the field of queer studies has been, and will continue to impact bibliographical practices. In the second half of the year, some of the work that will be coming out is featured on this slide. We'll have a piece from one of last year's new scholars, Seamus Dwyer, on Bastard Hands, an exploration on the presence and absence of Shakespeare in Beckett's library, an analysis of 1990s zine distributors, and a study of projected books that were developed for World War II veterans. There'll also be bibliographical notes, including one on waste paper and one on Hand D in the manuscript play of Sir Thomas More. If you're Shakespeare people, that will be like, whoo. Sorry, I was a Shakespeare person, so I spent a lot of time like, what are actual new things that we do? In any case, it's, as you can see from the type of material that's coming out this year, the amount of work that Jesse has put in and our advisory board in helping us, it's an incredible range of bibliographical topics, and we're really so delighted that the community has sent them to us. I hope that you are as excited about the new directions in bibliographical scholarship reflected in the journal as much as Jesse and I are. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to steward the journal of what I think is, thanks in large part to Erin McGurl and to the guidance of the council and the officers, the most exciting bibliographical society around. Like not even a competition. And Jesse and I are deeply grateful for all of the ways in which you all contribute to this work as readers, as subscribers, as authors, and as reviewers. Please do reach out to Catherine, who's here. If you're interested in reviewing a book, there's also information when you get to the reception about that. And anytime, Jesse and I welcome queries and comments and conversations about the journal as a whole. Thank you.
My name is Leslie Morris, and this year I was chair of the nominating committee. We were charged with finding 3 new officers and 4 members of the council class of 2027. And I want to be sure to thank the members of the nominating committee, this is where I need my glasses, who put in a lot of time in Zoom meetings and a lot of email so that we could try to come up with a slate of candidates that would adequately represent the diversity of the membership of the society. And I would also like to thank all of those who self-nominated and those who sent in suggestions for nomination. It's really very helpful to the committee to have that input from the membership. So the members of the nominating committee this year were Heather O'Donnell, Todd Pattison, Douglas Pfeiffer, Jacinta Safford, and Shannon Supple. And of course, we had input from our ex officio members, Caroline Duracell-Mellish, Megan Peiser, and of course, Erin McGurl. So you've all seen the slate, and some of you did bother to vote on it. I guess I would offer a plea. This year we had 208 votes out of a possible eligible membership of 458. I think we need to get those percentages up. In favor of the slate of candidates, we had 203 in favor, 5 opposed, and 4 actual abstentions. So those of you who didn't vote, I don't know if I should count those as abstentions or not, but as I say, my screen having gone dark, please do vote. So I will just read the slate of candidates. For president, Kanoshi Nishikawa. For vice president for a 2nd term, thank you for standing again, Megan Peiser. For secretary, Megan Constantiu. For treasurer, Patrick Olson. And as chair of the audit committee, Joan Friedman, who has plenty of time now that she's finished that 486-page manual. For the council class of 2027, Megan Cook, Jose Guerrero, Magali Rabasa, and Emily Spoonagel, and I had to ask her how to pronounce her name properly. So thank you to all of those who agreed to stand. It does take time to volunteer for the society, but of course the society could not continue to operate without you. I'd now like to invite Caroline to come back up to the podium, and then I think we get to go to the reception. So.
So I totally failed to my duties. I didn't start the meeting, so I will end it. But before doing this, at least let me introduce you to Kinohi, the new president of BSA, who is going to do some remarks.
Thank you, thank you. For those 5 who didn't vote for this slate, I promise I will be a president for all constituents, okay? Not just for the 203, but in seriousness. It's okay if you don't recognize me. I think that's in part the appeal of my candidacy. And I wanna thank the nominating committee, Leslie in particular, as chair, Caroline, my predecessor, Aaron, of course, for facilitating this process, in taking a chance on someone who hasn't been involved with the Bibliographical Society of America for the duration of his professional career, but who really came to see it as a home for his intellectual work as well as for his public humanities outreach. And that's certainly been the case over the past 7 or 8 years. So it was a sort of, taking a chance on me. But as today's wonderful keynote lecture proved, in fact, it's opening up our organization to people who might not immediately or even long-standingly identify as bibliographers. That seems to me to be the key for our growth and sustainability. Bibliography and bookish pursuits is really having a moment. There's not a day goes by that we don't read of forgeries, discoveries, new collections in newspapers and magazines. Matt Cohen, a distinguished textual scholar who was trained in part by Michael Winship as a colleague at the University of Texas, won the MLA's top prize for his book, The Silence of the Mosquito Prince. And let's just put it this way, bibliomania to the death sounds like the new season of True Detective, right? So this is a moment, really, for all of us to celebrate. But to do that, we need to seize the moment and take advantage of all the popular interests in exactly what we do. I love how Daniela asks, how many of you know of the Codex Mendoza? And I raised my hand, and I wanted to say, it's because I read you. It's because I read your wonderful work and turned that reading into an argument for why we might think of the Codex Mendoza as an example of book arts, which the Center for Book Arts invited me to reflect on. Again, moving across disciplines, doing something that art historians might not think of, but that I thought could be useful for creating such connections. So I really take heart in this notion that Daniela put up the dictionary definition of bibliography and said, this is how I, as an art historian, took up this challenge and felt like, even though I didn't know it, this was my audience all along. And that, I think, is what I'm going to ask all of you to help me take out into the world, right? The fact that a lot of what we do is something a lot of people can relate to. Whenever one of us posts, a photograph or even a video of our objects online through social media, it gets hundreds of views and thousands of clicks because this is what people are hungering for. They want this kind of material, sensuous engagement with artifacts, and then to think about how these engagements actually open up new ways of thinking about our world. So for me and my own term as president, I'm thinking of what we do here not just as something that applies methodology and to a set of artifacts. It's not just taking things and putting it into practice, but really thinking of bibliography as the point from which we begin to ask the most important questions of our time. And those questions, that privilege of being able to ask those questions with techniques and strategies that we're all schooled in, I think is something that can bring so many more people into our remit. With that, I want to ask the 3 other elected officers to join me on stage because I want to recognize them as an essential part of this new team. Megan Pizer, Vice President, Megan Constantinou, Secretary, and Patrick Olson, Treasurer. I think I can speak for all of them in saying we are so honored and privileged to serve you as the next administration of the BSA. Thank you. Thank you.